Welcome back to the Bourbon and BS podcast, everyone. This is episode 217. We have some very special guests on the show tonight. We also have Nate Hale in the garage.
Thank you, Steve.
I'm Steve Crane, and before we dive into this, I do want to introduce you guys. I got Jesse Hubbard. You've been on before.
Yeah.
Episode 80-something.
80-something. It's been a minute.
82.
82 is when Jake Sanders was still involved with the show, which Jake was just in town for the Easter holiday. So, Jake, you're listening tonight. Hope you are doing well back in Indy. And we have a last-minute guest as well.
Very last minute.
Very last minute. Adrian Preston. And we'll get into what he's doing and how he found his way into the garage this evening for the show. But before that, I do want to thank you guys out there. Patreon.com/Bourbon and BS podcast. You guys are amazing every month, helping us do this, keep this going. It's fantastic. Thank you very much. There are 3 tiers: $5, $10, and $25 a month. And there are some perks associated with being a Patreon member. If you want to just buy us a bottle or just throw a couple bucks one time towards us for propane tanks in the winter, just basically anything. But we do appreciate, obviously, if you want us to buy a bottle that we can get our hands on. Just let us know what you want, and Venmo at Bourbon and BS. That's the easy way to do it. And then also, that's the wrong banner. I told you, it's too far away, man. Sponsors, Tinderbox at East in Columbus, Ohio. They have sponsored us tonight with the Sindicato. The Natural is Corojo Wrapper. That's the featured cigar of the week. And then also Altadis USA for the continued support. We've got the Monte Cristo White Series for their part 2. So we appreciate that. And also the continued sponsorship from them. The BS Cigar Company, we got the Gold and Silvers available at the Tinderbox at Easton and other locations. So check those out as well. And then if you, we got all sorts of swag, including what Nate's got on the original podcast.
I wore this today because of your post. You posted
it, yeah. So you can get these at buyjack.com/Bourbon and BS. It says, pour one more, light up another. We'll figure this out together. Comes in the black, the gray, the blue, and the red. Mm-hmm. And we're going to do another charity shirt. I'm waiting. We're a little bit of a delay, but hearing what we did for the St. Baldrick's, how many shirts we sold for that. So hopefully we will have another charity coming up here for the spring or summer. So if you guys have any suggestions, please let us know. Might be what you're doing right now. Maybe we'll do that. Do a shirt for you.
I believe one of the recent weeks we had a request for an orange shirt.
Shirt. Okay. All right. We'll take a look at this.
If we find a specific charity that their color is orange, we can roll with that. Or
we'll have to find out more about the charity you're working with.
Yeah.
And that might be the next one we do, a different color shirt.
I was thinking orange with this beard. No.
Do orange. Well, there you go.
Might clash.
We might do some orange here. But a Hawaiian shirt. Okay. Well, all right. Put it in the comment box and the suggestion box. We'll see what we can do there. But also, I've got, this is a discontinued color, the gray and the blue, but there's a black and blue BS shirt. There's all sorts of stuff on there. So check that out. We appreciate you guys rocking those shirts, and post it and tag us as well. Without further ado, I think that's it, though. I'm going to light this Sindicato up. Jesse, welcome back. Tell us a little bit about where you've been in the last year and a half, 2 years?
2.5 years.
2.5 years. Jesus.
Wow.
We're all getting old.
135 episodes ago.
Goodness.
It's kind of cool to say, though, really. You know,
It's kind of cool to say.
It's kind of cool.
He's like, oh my gosh, you guys are still here doing this.
Awesome. No, I'm excited. I'm excited to be back. Thank you guys for inviting me back for sure. You know, much like so many people out there, last 2.5 years been, a wild ride. I was at the Westin Great Southern Whiskey Bar at the Westin Hotel in downtown Columbus. And, we had to shut down because of COVID. And unfortunately, they never fully reopened. So I had to move on from that. Started up my event company. I do a lot of pop-up bar events, consulting, that sort of thing, cocktail classes called St. Russell Productions. And wearing the hat right now, St. Russell Productions.
Nice.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so we do a lot of fun stuff involving, private events, charity events, all that kind of great stuff. And, check out strussellproductions.com for some more info on that. And, been really busy. Wrote a cocktail book. And
what's that called? I put it in the description.
Yeah, punk rock and cocktails. So what I did was I took 20 of my favorite punk rock albums, and I use that term loosely. There are some other bands that may be like outliers of that genre, but I made 20 cocktails, one for each band in the book, and wrote a little bit about my connection with the band, why I created the cocktail. And it's a little bit of a personal journey for me, and a little bit of information on the band, kind of do it yourself at home with the cocktails. And it's a really kind of a fun combination of a cocktail book. And that's actually kind of indirectly how Aid and I met, is through that. And it's been really cool how many cool people and unique people and interesting people that I've met through that. And working on the second volume now, man, just trying to stay busy. You know how it is.
I do.
Just trying to stay busy.
Seem to be doing well at it. And the new gig is great.
The new gig, yeah, I'm at the Rossi in the Short North, and it's fantastic. I love it there. I feel like I have found my new, you never say forever home in the bar industry, but you know what I mean. I really like it there. I see myself being there for quite a while, and
nice.
It's just a great place to be. Great people.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And now, Adrian, tell us a little bit about how you got here tonight, and then we'll get into the cigar. So don't give me the
He
we're
literally
going to
just
dive
walked
into
in
a
off
little
the
bit
street.
more.
Pretty much.
We're going to get into a little bit more, but just a brief elevator speech type thing.
Quick
Not
overview.
that quick, it's fine.
So a couple of weeks ago now, I decided to come to the States randomly.
And where are you from?
Birmingham, England.
Okay.
UK, home of Ozzy Osbourne. Birmingham is, Judas Priest.
Now the accent kind of
now
together,
you can
right?
put two and two together. So
2 weeks in a row, by the way, that we had people.
That's what I told
Did
you.
you tell? All right.
So I just decided that I wanted to do something and do something positive post-pandemic.
Mhm.
There's been no planning whatsoever, and I mean, I'm doing it day by day, and on the good faith of people along the route that, and I don't even know what the route is, I'm still figuring that out. But in short, I'm traveling from east to west coast and back again along the same route, I think, in aid of the homelessness issue in the United States. So I'm saving, the charity money is going directly to a company called DePaul USA.
DePaul.
DEPAUL.
Yeah. Okay.
They deal with the homeless issue, across the board. And they're an international company, but I'm in America, so the funds go to American people.
Wow. All right.
It's been pretty wild so far.
What do you do back home?
I'm heavily involved with the music industry.
Okay.
So I played in bands for years. I know a lot of bands. Again, that's how me and Jesse kind of linked up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually, and you wouldn't probably think it, but I've actually got a degree in architecture as well. So it's I don't look
what
like
does a person that has a degree in architecture look like?
I don't know. But that's good. That's good. So
you look smart. I don't know.
Some may say different, especially this trip. But it's been pretty wild so far. So I mean, it's definitely transformed into from one idea to another quite quickly. I was originally meant to be doing it on a bicycle, but I didn't anticipate the weather over here. It's been rough. So I'm kind of glad that
one hell of a bicycle.
And then it's the Instagram's Hitching for the Homeless. That's my Instagram, because then the idea changed into me attempting to hitchhike from one coast to the other. That hasn't worked out, I've tried it multiple times. Hopefully I'll get that going. But it's so now I'm just kind of greyhounding, getting lifts here and there, and I'm spending the time in each city, kind of going around the shelters, interviewing homeless people, and seeing what the difference is from state to state, state to state, and hopefully creating some awareness.
I love it.
There you go. That's it.
Love it. And we're going to get into part two. It's going to be, advocating for yourself and others is the topic for part two. But, let's stick to the basic format here, which is part one is a review, if you will, on a cigar and a whiskey. And Jesse, you brought Evan Williams single barrel vintage here. And why did you bring this bottle?
It's one of my favorites recently. And, you guys were kind enough to share with me. I don't remember what it was. It was so long ago.
Scotch, actually.
Yeah.
Glenmorangie Quinta Raban.
There you go. You guys were kind enough to share with me, and I thought, I'm going to return the favor. I'm going to bring something that I'm really into right now. So I hope you guys enjoy it as well.
Now, do you know anything about this bottle or Evan Williams in general?
Yeah, I mean, it's just one that I've kind of latched onto in my early days of bartending, just Evan Williams product. When I was living in Louisville, they have the Evan Williams Experience in downtown, and they do a lot of the Heaven Hill stuff. Larceny, for example, is another really good one. And this was one that really stood out to me amongst the rest. I just thought it had a little bit more depth and complexity, and I really like drinking it a variety of ways, whether it's neat, whether it's on the rocks, and even it's fun to cocktail with. I really think so. Right now we've got some. I'm just doing it neat, and as the night progresses, we'll see where we go with it.
I have a feeling this bottle's already half gone, by the way, and we just started. So,
well, it was already cracked when we started.
I cracked it. I'm sorry. I got excited.
You don't need to apologize for that. We've got some backup bottles.
Yeah, that's why we brought backup bottles.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm doing right now, just so you guys, if you're watching live, I'm sharing it to my favorite groups. If you guys want to share the feed to your personal page, if you have friends that enjoy cigars, whiskey, or just good conversation, and obviously for part 2 especially, I hope you guys get everyone involved, because we do stream this live on Facebook and also YouTube. So if you listen to the audio, this is part 1. Make sure you listen to part 2, all that good stuff. But what I find amazing about this Evan Williams product is the transparency of the bottling. Right?
Yeah.
Barreled on September 12th, 2013, and bottled January 29th, 2021.
Yeah.
So over a year ago, this was bottled. But to have that kind of an age statement in the actual dates of what happened,
It's
there,
very cool.
It's
Yeah.
not as common, actually.
No,
I mean, you
no.
don't see it to that detail. You'll see seasons,
like
you know
the
what I mean,
month,
like as
yeah.
the fall of this, and at least these many years and all that stuff. But to do the date to date, I absolutely love it. And this bottle is 86.6 proof, so 43.3%. And it even says on there, put in oak 2013, first distiller.
Yeah.
It's a very easy drink.
It's smooth.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
It's really
Which,
smooth.
I mean, really, you kind of expect for something at 86 proof. You're not
You do.
expecting something to really hit you. But yeah, this is actually the first time I've ever had this too.
I don't know if I've had this before. I mean, obviously I've had some Evan Williams products, but I don't know if I've had this one particularly. But...
I know we've had the Heaven Hill, the white label that they do for Ohio.
Mhm.
And then I think we've also had the green label before. I think someone brought that on. I know I've got a bottle of that at home that one of the regulars at the tinderbox keeps wanting to trade for me. I'm like, I'm going to hold on to that.
Not so much.
Because you can't get it in Ohio, but my liquor store happened to get it by accident years ago.
Did I hear that this bottle is no longer available in Ohio?
That's what I heard. I didn't actually get that in Ohio. I got that in Newport, Kentucky at the party stores there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So nearby, not too far,
Yeah,
about
we're just
2
across
hours
the
or
river.
so.
Yeah.
I looked it up on OHLQ. It's still listed there, but
Yeah.
it may not. I haven't.
Sometimes they're, it's hard to keep that updated.
Yeah.
Completely accurate. No, I'm excited that you guys haven't had this particular one. I was thinking about bringing a bottle of Willet Rye.
Always a good choice.
Which is great.
Always a good choice.
And so I was kind of going back and forth, and I'm excited. This was a winner.
Yeah. Dustin Bovey says it's still available, but hard to find on shelves.
Yes.
I saw Ann was watching here, at least momentarily. So if Ann Dimmick's out there, if you know, since you seem to have that insight now.
She does indeed. Yeah.
When was the last time you saw Ann?
I think last fall,
Okay.
maybe. I was doing the Columbus Craft Cocktail Convention, and I was there doing a book signing, and she was there representing Watershed with her husband, who's a great guy as well. Erin's lovely. She's always so kind and friendly, and I'm really happy that she's where she is now and seems to be really, a good fit for them.
Yeah, she's been.
I think she's an asset to anybody that can have her on their company, as involved with their company for sure.
Yeah, she's been a big supporter of the podcast too.
Yeah. So I just double checked on OHLQ, and there's only 2 liquor stores in the Columbus area that have it on the shelf, possibly as of like yesterday.
Okay. So it's very limited.
Yeah. So you're talking about more than 40 liquor stores in the city, and only 2 right now have it.
Wow.
But this is also a bottle that not too long ago, this bottle, would cost you like the mid 20s.
Not anymore.
Now in the state of Ohio, it's $35,
which is still a great value.
I was going to say, for something that with that kind of an age statement there and being a single barrel, I mean, it's almost again unheard of.
I mean, this is going to be a lot more in the UK as well. Obviously, imports.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, something like that.
I actually looked up a review site that's based out of the UK, and they said this bottle is 40 pounds.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
What is
which
that?
is still reasonable. Yeah.
Yeah.
What does that equate to?
That's like what, $55 maybe, something like that. $50.
So nothing crazy.
I mean, that's good. That's
a markup though.
What it is. Yeah.
Still quite a markup.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
And it varies from state to state because we have Sean Anderson listening. He's in Tennessee. He goes, that stuff's everywhere down here.
Bring some up, buddy.
Well, he was kind enough the last time he came up to bring Steve and I each a bottle of Eagle Rare, and then he brought like 6 other bottles for us to drink in the shop. And
yeah, he's a supporter and a very kind person when it comes to sharing, which is awesome.
he's very generous when it comes to whiskey.
That's what it's all about, right? Drinking with friends.
That's exactly what he did. I mean, in one day, I think 6 bottles were gone.
Wow.
Just because he was, we don't normally just allow people to drink in the shop, but I mean, again, it was the Patty's Day weekend, the Smoking 10 event weekend.
Yeah.
And he came a long way. And so he's like, you mind if I just crack one of these? Yeah, sure. This is like at 10:30 in the morning. And then more and more people came in, and he's like, hey, he'll start a conversation. And it's like, why don't you go grab one of those glasses, come up here and sit. He held court until about midnight that night.
I like this guy. I don't know him, but I like it.
No, he's a good dude.
You would like him. You would like him. Yeah.
So what do you guys think of this?
I like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
As it the whiskey? Yeah.
The whiskey, yeah.
The whiskey, it's smooth, it's nice, and it goes well with that cigar. I don't know what this explain this cigar.
We'll get into that here in just a second.
It goes well.
Yeah. How about you, Jesse?
I enjoy it as always. It just, you get a little, and I'm getting like subtle notes of, a little bit of the traditional flavors, I think, that you often will get from them, but like a little bit of vanilla, a little caramel.
It's pretty classic.
It's pretty, yeah, it's classic, and it's just, you can't go wrong. I love everything about it. It's even when you can find it, it's a great value. Even with the markup over your home, you just, like I said, I like it a variety of ways. Usually, when I'm drinking something, I have a preference about how I want it, but with this, honestly, I can drink it neat. I can drink, it's so easy. You drink.
Really
I traditionally would drink it neat, but
I'd be afraid to add any water or ice to this just because it's already so light and so smooth.
I put 1 cube in this, and it's that's the way I typically like to drink something like this. But I do get what you mean. Yeah.
It lightens it up too much, or is it good?
For me, that's good. Yeah, but I guess preference, isn't it?
Try a little nip next time without and see what you
I'll
think.
do that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
See, for me, the sweetness that's there isn't it's not as strong or as thick as a caramel. It's more of a honey sweetness, like a little bit lighter and bright. It doesn't have like that deep, rich caramel type sweetness. It's a little brighter than that.
Yeah, it's certainly
More
not
like a
deep.
honey.
Yeah.
It's lighter. I mean, it is good. It's got a lot of flavor to it, but I mean, it is very smooth drinking. Like you said, for the proof, 86 and some change. It kind of coats a bit though, which I'm surprised. The viscosity of it, I feel like, is a little bit more than I'd expect as it holds on to the glass a bit.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So that's actually kind of a pleasant surprise on that, because sometimes I think if you're at that 80 proof or 80 to 90 proof, it's
too watered down sometimes.
Yeah, it almost has it's too clean of it doesn't linger as much. Like this one's gonna hang on. The finish is long, which I do like about it. And I mean, again, we keep talking about that price point, and again, for it to be what you're looking at, 7.
Yeah, so typically
7.5 years.
Yeah, typically these are going to be like a 7 to 8 year single barrel that they do.
I mean, again, I don't think that's really touchable at this point on the market.
Knowing how your palate is, Steve, do you think it's like very corn heavy?
Did you look up a mash bill?
I did.
Okay.
So you know the answer.
It's at least it's over 51%.
Yeah, good guess.
All right.
Yes, all right.
Owning in there.
4 years, he's got that part right.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I don't think it tastes like that corn water type of a flavor that I get from some bottles. It's a lot more balanced. So, what is the mash bill? I'm gonna guess 60. Stonewalls me on this shit.
Oh, I got a great.
I was gonna say you got a great poker face.
65% corn.
78.
Damn it.
78% corn, 10% rye, 12% malted barley.
Well,
so not a high rye content either.
No.
So that's why there's not a whole lot of spice.
Yeah,
you can tell that there wouldn't be. Yeah. Usually for me, this is a little bit lower alcohol content than I would traditionally. 90 to 100 is usually my sweet spot. I think for my flavor profile that I'm really trying to get out of something, but there are exceptions. That dip under that, and this is one of them for me for sure.
Am I getting a caramel taste without the ice cube?
Yes.
I did.
It tastes
Yeah.
completely different.
Yeah.
I actually prefer it without the ice cube.
With this one.
Yeah.
That's the cool thing
A lot
about
more
it is that
flavor.
whatever you taste, you taste.
Yeah,
Nobody can say you don't taste it, right?
I mean,
You know?
it's completely different with the ice cube, but I'm getting more of the flavor without it. 100%. Caramel is a big thing for me there.
And that I think is one of those classic bourbon type of flavors that you're going to get. And maybe if you do drink with an ice cube at least, and it's cold, and it hits your mouth with that cold and a little bit of the water, you may not taste it a whole lot. But if you start, I feel like you drink it however you want. But a lot of people, especially when you're trying something new, like we do on the show, you at least start neat.
Got you.
And then if you want to add a dash of water, we do now have droppers, thanks to a kind supporter of the show. And or you can put in like one ice cube sometimes. Again, it's all your preference, but I do personally, I think a lot of people do like to at least take a sip neat. And sometimes you have to take 2 or 3 because that first one will really hit the nerve endings in your palate, right?
Kind of shock your palate.
It'll shock, and you're like, oh, especially the higher proof stuff.
The Kentucky hug.
The Kentucky hug, and then that'll hit you down here.
So that single barrel pick that I shared with you on Saturday, I was talking to Jesse about it because he was just talking with Dino and them. So I posted a picture of that single barrel that Dino picked. And,
Whiskey Business Podcast, shout out.
And
Good dudes over there.
he actually sent me a message, and I was talking about that whiskey. And it's 119 proof, but it comes across a little hotter, a little spicier than that.
Yeah.
But he said the reason he picked it is if you want to drink it neat, it's fine. But when you add water to it, just a little bit, like a cube or just a splash of water, it brings out a lot of flavor to it. So I'm like, all right. So the first time I had it, I was like, if that's why Dino picked it, I'm going to do it Dino's way and try it out. And sure enough, that's what it did. Like it tasted really good, neat, had a lot of heat and spice to it, but then just adding a little bit of water kind of took away some of that spice and brought more sweetness out of that.
Try that. If you're going to hand that dropper over here to Adrian,
go for it.
And then just literally take a drop and just do one drop and see what happens.
Okay.
Since you're kind of the
I'm a new guy
you're the freshest.
Just one,
maybe 2. Do 2. Oh,
that'll do it.
That's good.
Yeah. Okay.
So I was
You got a little excited. It happens to the best of us. You know what I mean? You try to go slow, and then.
So I looked up on OHLQ's website because now what they'd start doing over the last year or so is actually putting tasting notes on the website. So with this one on the taste, they say lush and spicy, which I think there's a little bit of spice on the back.
Yeah.
I don't know about lush and there's not a lot.
Lush how?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oak with honey. There's the honey that I was getting.
Oak's obvious, right?
Apple and orange notes. So a little bit of a fruity citrus. I guess.
I see that. I
agree.
agree.
I agree. A whole lot. Go ahead.
I agree with some of that.
Yeah.
Like half of it for what I'm getting.
I can see where they're getting the apple, the orange. I don't get. But yeah,
lighter fruits, I think, is what they're shooting for there.
Kind of
like that brightness you were talking about, though. I think sometimes that'll be translated as some sort of a fruit.
The honey and like an apple peel. Like when you first bite into the apple, you get that little bitterness and sweetness from the apple with the apple. Red Delicious. Just a basic.
From the hip. I love it.
No hesitation. No hesitation.
Is that your favorite apple?
Actually, that's my least favorite apple.
Oh.
But
with whiskey, it's your favorite apple.
It's the most common just because like that's one of the most common apples sold in the U.S. and it's literally just engineered for. I used to work in the produce section at Kroger.
Okay, here we go. All right, we got some background here.
So, Abe, what do you think with talking about straight from the source?
Yeah,
what you're supposed to get out of this? Do you get some of that? Any of that?
I do, and you know what? It's amazing, really. How again, I'm not an expert by any means. Yeah. This is the first time I've kind of done this.
None of us are.
So it's
well, it's just like before the podcast when we were talking about cigars.
Yeah.
Like you don't like working in the shop. Steve and I don't always go into a great amount of detail explaining tasting notes to someone who's just getting started because they may not taste their palate may not.
It's
be there.
Definitely.
So what do you think?
It's definitely after just the pipette.
Yeah.
A little bit. It's completely different from having, it's smooth, but I'm still getting the caramel.
Okay.
It's easier to digest. This is for me after the little bit of water.
Okay.
What were we drinking last night?
Oh,
when we got back to the house.
You tell me.
I'm trying to remember now what we had.
A lot.
Yeah. We were at Meister's. Started the night over there, if that tells you anything.
Uh-huh.
Then we made it home. I can't remember what it was that we were drinking.
Whiskey.
It was whiskey.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
whiskey. My collection's ever growing, so
Yeah.
I don't remember. I think it was the Willet Pot Still.
I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was the Willet. That's what it was.
It's
It
a
was
pretty
the pot still.
distinctive bottle. If you remember the
It-
bottle,
It's like
it's like
and then it's
Wide
kind of
base,
thin.
long.
wide, and then it kind of comes
Yeah, it
up.
was that one. It was
Yeah,
that
we
one.
were a lot of PBRs in deep that night.
So usually when I go to a whiskey bar trying, and I specifically will go there to try different whiskeys that I don't normally get or buy bottles of, but I will sit there on my phone and actually take notes while I'm drinking it at a bar. So that way I can like remember what I had and what I thought of it.
What I like to do, and that's a great idea, what I like to do is if I go out and I buy a bottle of something that's a little rare, a little hard to find, and I don't want to crack it quite yet, and I can find it at a bar, and I haven't had it, I'll buy a pour there. So that way I can keep my bottle, save it for a special occasion, and not have to crack it. You know what I mean? And you know, if you can do that, that's a beautiful thing. Because like now I know what I'm getting into. You know, if I'm in the mood for this in any particular time, it's always a fun way to do it.
Well, and you know, I mean, I think more than some, because you've worked at a couple different establishments, but it is very interesting. I think you have to find a bar that you trust also.
Yes.
Because you can talk to your bartender or whoever's working that night. If you start not establishing a relationship, but if there's a good reputation where they're not just putting high price tags on the high secondary market, you know, values.
Yeah.
So you go in there and it's like, why is this? It's so interesting to see like a bottle that retails in Ohio for like say $35, but a 1.5 ounce pour is $15, and you see another bottle that retails for $50. And now it's like at 12. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't.
I'm not personally a big fan of bars adjusting their prices to align with the supply and demand. It's exactly
hype.
what you're saying. I do not like that. You should charge the normal markup regardless of how in demand it is.
Well, it's just too far gone at this point.
It is.
Though,
You go some places and you'll see outrageous prices for a pour of Blanton's, for example.
Yeah.
And that's unacceptable to me.
So
I had a friend comment. He went to a bar and got a 2 ounce pour of Elijah Craig, and it cost $32.
Which Elijah Craig?
Regular Elijah Craig.
Oh.
That's the price of a bottle.
Well,
Yeah.
well.
Talk about markups.
Well, I'm thinking, is that a thing, a big thing over here in the States? It clearly is.
Bourbon. So, I mean,
As far as markups and different things, as far as
the
supply
thing
and
that
demand.
drives it, I think, a lot in this country, and I think it's expanding, especially with bourbon and whiskey into other countries, is the secondary.
Okay.
Because you still have so Bland's is one that everyone always goes to. It's the simplest, in my opinion, example of it. You've got in the state of Ohio, it's like $55 to $60 for a bottle, right? For a fifth. Now, immediately, it would be a secondary flip if you got a bottle of Bland's and you wanted to sell it to someone else. You're doubling at least.
Okay.
So you're looking at anywhere. Well, you said 2.
That's what we saw it in Louisville for. When
So-
you and I were in Louisville, we saw
So then,
that.
we went to Louisville in June of last year, and we were at Jason's House of Bourbon.
Mhm.
Is that right, Jason's?
I believe so.
Yeah. But I mean, they even have a sign on there. We acquired this,
Yeah.
above MSRP.
Okay.
So I mean, they're pretty open about that. But yeah, the bottle of Bland's that we can get here for 55 to 60, if you can find it. The problem is that a liquor store will get a case or so, 6 bottles or whatever, and it's gone within 5 minutes because you have people that are outside waiting for the liquor store to open.
Got you.
You know what I mean? So
mean,
that's part of it. So then you go to a bar and they get it, but they operate in Ohio on a different structure than people just off the streets. They put in orders, and then if they've got a good relationship or if they're in line for something, well, then their Bland's is pulled aside before it goes to the public.
Right.
But then they turn around and charge. Certain bars will charge almost according to the hype and demand.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's not just the retail.
Yeah.
Which for me, it's obviously import costs. If you're going shipping across sea, you can kind of understand the reason why. So, but obviously, you guys everywhere's drivable. So it kind of that markup kind of it's. I mean, it's,
I have a problem with it. I don't think it's ethical to do that as a bar. If you as a store or as a secondary market, individual want to flip it for something because you paid more for it, that's your prerogative, and that's fine. Make a little money on it, that's cool. But
It's illegal, but go ahead.
yeah, exactly. But I have a problem with you go to a bar. It should be you're not paying more as a bar.
Right.
to get these. If you might be lucky to get it, but you're paying the same amount as anybody else that can find it. So you have no reason to charge that much for it. So the bars, the bars that I frequent and the bars that I support would never do that. And that's important to me.
That's kind of my original point of this part of it was that, find one that you kind of, you've done your research to a point where you realize that, you can look it up. If you're in Ohio, you're somewhere else, you can probably look it up what it's going for in your state, especially in a state like Ohio that's state controlled. And like this isn't the bar that I'm going to try something that unless you just really want to do that, but know that you can go somewhere different. I was at a bar and they had OFC, which is a pricey bottle. Don't get me wrong.
It is.
But I mean, it was, and they had it listed, which I found so funny. It was like for a 1 ounce pour, it was $200. And then right next to it, a 2 ounce pour was $400. It's like,
There's no price.
They were just like blatantly saying like, no, if you order 2 ounces, it's double.
It's literally $200.
But to pay $200 for that, for 1 ounce of liquor, I mean,
there was a
I don't
bar
think you're doing that just to try.
Well, there's another restaurant and bar at Easton that they ended up getting a bottle of the Eagle or the double Eagle Rare or whatever. It's a $2,000 bottle if you get it in the lottery, and they happen to get a bottle. It's $500 a pour, $500 an ounce, but it's one of those things where like someone who enters that lottery and is like, I don't know if I ever want to spend $2,000 on a bottle. It's like, well, if you're never going to get that bottle, here's a chance for you to at least try it. So that way you can at least say you did.
And I think everyone's got a different wallet, right? You know what I mean? So it's all relative to that. But I mean, it's the same thing if like you go into a bar and it's like $8 for a Jameson. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, come on, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Jesse?
Oh yeah, there was a bar that I used to go to when I lived in Louisville, and this was only 5 years ago. And at that point, the hype machine was really going with a lot of these, and everybody was going crazy over a lot of the same rare finds, everything from the Buffalo Trace lineup, the Pappies and all that. This is a local neighborhood bar, Knock Bar was the name of the place. Walked to it from my house, and they had all this stuff, and they had it on the shelf, and very reasonable prices.
Nice.
They had, all of the rare Wellers, the Old Forester birthday bourbons, everything, and they would get it when they could. It wasn't regularly available, but if you go, it's up on the shelf, and it's like a hidden gem. But like they were not charging an arm and a leg. They could do it. And I thought that was cool.
Well, and Steve and I learned last year when we went down to Louisville. So Kentucky is not price controlled like Ohio is.
Very different.
Yeah. So I mean, so what do you think about both sides of that? Like Ohio is a price controlled state, but may not be able to get as much of some of those things in. Whereas a state like Kentucky, they may get more of it, but it's not price regulated. So you might see it and it's going to be, 2, 4, 10 times the price. Cause we definitely saw some Wellers on a shelf that were, $400 to $600 for a bottle that retails for 50 or 60.
Yeah. Like I was saying, I have a major problem with establishments that overcharge based on supply and demand, right now. I do not agree with that. That being said, I preferred the overall, like layout and logistics of how they do things in Kentucky to Ohio, because things were ultimately more readily available. And because of that, you might find places that overcharged, but you could also find places that carried it that didn't. Yeah. It was there. And if somebody wants to pay more money for it, I'm not mad at you for it. I have a problem with the bars that are charging more. But you could get it. You could get stuff out there. And you can't. It's so hard to find anything here. Once people start talking about it.
But surely, if people are willing to pay more for something, then that's going to encourage that.
Yeah, it's fascinating, and what happens with that, and again, I've only done it once with a bottle that I had help, and the friend of mine did this whole thing where there's like 40 spots for this amount and all that stuff because it was really coveted, and I'm like, I don't really want the bottle, and so yeah, I did it one time, and I still don't feel all that great about it, but I did it.
So what is it that you did exactly?
It was a Weller single barrel.
Yeah.
So in the state of Ohio, it was, and so hopefully no one's listening. I don't know how detailed I want to be.
You can tell me later if you want. Basically,
no. Basically, whatever. I mean, like compared to what's going on out there, I did it one time, but the bottle is $49.99. I won it, and we drink a lot of whiskey on the show. We have the opportunity to have people bring this stuff and all that, but it was $49.99, and you look on, like, you Google it, and it was going for around $1,000, you know, on the secondary market. And so they have these, you know, these on Facebook, on other sites and stuff like that, where you'll do like almost their own lottery, where you buy, you know, so many spots, and it was like, all right, so out of 40 spots, it's this much a spot. You can, you know, PayPal this and all that stuff, and then I'll do a lottery of like a random drawing, and that person wins the bottle. And so it's interesting. It was almost just fascinating how quickly this all happened. But what happens is, I think eventually is that there's several ways that I think that it'll slow down. Either the interest will be gone, or the manufacturers will eventually get tired of the fact that some of their stuff is, you know, they're seeing what they sell at their cost, and then what they're seeing it being sold for, and then what they're seeing it being sold for on the secondary market. And they're like, we're putting 7 to 8 years into this product where we sell it, that the intended price is like $30 to $40. And then, and not just this bottle, but in essence, and then these people are buying it and turning their own side business and hustle into, you know, buying more of this stuff. And no one's like that. Like, for example, that bottle that I did that with, that could go another several years, and that bottle never gets cracked. I mean, it's basically just, you created currency for other people with this passion.
See, what you did is cool. That is, you know, I have no problem with the secondary market existing. I think by all means, if an individual can buy something and you're lucky enough to get your hands on it and you want to flip it, my problem comes into play whenever it's a business that does that. That's the issue. I bought things on the secondary market many times.
So not an individual or a liquor store, but more the bar.
The bar.
Okay.
That's the problem for me.
So I think everyone's got sticking points with that stuff. Eventually the price will get so, like, it'll be where, how high can it go? You know, if the manufacturer looks at it, and like I said, their intended price is $30, $40 on a product, or $49.99 in that example, and then you see it, like, they can Google it too, and their product's going for $1,000. Like, you know what? Maybe we should up our price.
I think you're absolutely right. I don't think that's going to be the lack of
now
interest.
they'll sell it for $200, so that way they can make more money than they were.
Oh, Weller in the state of Ohio, the Weller Antique 107 was $28, and all of a sudden they switched it to a cork instead of a screw top, and they caught on. They didn't go crazy with it, but now it went from $28 or so,
it's like 50 something now,
and it's $49.99
just because of the cork.
Well, that's how that was around that time. But I think
that's the only thing they changed.
They got wise to it, though. They got, I mean, you get wise to it. You know, once you start winning awards and everything like that, and you're like, all right, this is getting harder to find. And so then it's like, you know what? You know, we're not going to go crazy because we still want people to buy it.
Yes.
But
that's a great example
we
of
need
that.
to bump it up. Because I would do the same thing as a manufacturer. Be like, fuck it. Like, why are these guys making all this money off of our product? And like, that's not what we're in the business.
And I guess
Go ahead.
They didn't do shit.
I guess you're going to
except line up beside a liquor store.
Yeah, you're going to eliminate that type of market by the manufacturer up in that, I guess, as well.
You would.
Well,
less meat on the bone.
Yeah.
Hopefully, one of our local distilleries, High Bank, with all the awards that they just won, because they won 5 double golds and 2 silvers out in San Francisco.
Yeah, they did all right.
Yeah, they did okay. You know, they're one of those, though. I would see, like, yeah, we want all these awards. We're going to keep our stuff kind of where it's at, because we want people in Ohio to really enjoy and experience
and they're still newer. They've not been around that long.
Yeah, they're still a newer. I mean, 10 years or so.
High Bank, not even that long.
No,
like High Bank, just a matter of like 3, 4, 5.
Well, we had Rudy and Alex.
They just started doing their own stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
They just started bottling their own stuff not too long ago, because I saw them in 2020, right before this all hit, at that After School All Stars. It was the charity event that we were at. They were the whiskey one, and that's when I met Adam and Rudy and those guys. I think it was Adam's dad out there, and they were. I remember talking to Adam that he was waiting on bottling his first actual 4-year product. So they're still very new.
They put out good stuff, though. I like
Ray Chester says, "Make hay while the sun shines." I agree completely. Just like a lot of things, I think you have to balance it to a point where I don't think that, you know, if you just go full blow, and then when the market starts drying up, you better save some stuff. But if you want to be in it a long time, like Evan Williams, like Old Forester and stuff like that, you want to have some really high demand products, but you got to have your bread and butter that keeps the light on.
Yeah.
And I think that's where I think some of these companies, what we'll see in our lifetime, it from the bourbon side of it, is when this boom settles down, you know, these $1 billion multi-million-dollar expansions that a lot of these distilleries are doing,
Mhm.
you know, do they have the staying power?
Yeah.
Or do they just make hay while the sun shines, and then
Yeah.
once the sun goes down, it's like, well, now we got vacant buildings here sitting here because the supply is way more than the demand.
One thing we know is, these institutions that have been around for generations aren't going anywhere. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Yeah, it's the newer ones across the country within the last, since the boom, that they have the staying power. Are they going to get the right price points and so on and so forth? So yeah, it's interesting to see.
It is. Let's talk a bit about the cigar here, and then if there's anything left in that bottle, I'm going to have a little bit more if that's all
there
right.
is.
Go for it, brother.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So this cigar, Sindicato, it's interesting. This company came into fruition. There's a lot of hands into it, but the president and I think CEO is Jim Colucci, which he has a lot of experience and a name that a lot of you may not recognize, but he's been in the business for a long time. And they started this company with a couple of different blends, and then this Sindicato, the company's called Sindicato. The Sindicato Natural was meant to be kind of their flagship. It came out, I think, 2014 or so. And this blend is entirely from what is now called Aganorsa leaf, which was Casa Fernandez. And that is a very, very strong Nicaraguan farm factory. They even have a factory in Miami as well. But in my opinion, some of the best tobacco coming out of Nicaragua. And they sell about 85% of their tobacco to other companies. And then they utilize, like this, for example. So like Aganorsa leaf will sell some of their tobacco to be used elsewhere, to other companies to roll with, to do what they want with. And then they also make cigars for other, smaller boutique companies that want to do business with them. In fact, BS Cigar Company, when we started that gold project, we used Casa Fernandez, now Aganorsa leaf, and since parted ways, we're using someone else. But it was not because we didn't like the tobacco. It just wasn't working out, the relationship. But again, that there's no real bad blood there. This is going to be one of my favorite wrappers. This is they have some of the best Corojo, which is a seed varietal, right? So it's a seed strain that they are really well known for growing, and that's their best wrapper leaf. And then you have a double binder and then Nicaraguan. So it's all Nicaraguan tobacco, but then you've got it. It's the different regions.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of speaking to you.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I know you're probably the newest to this stuff.
Yeah.
But there's different regions in all the countries, and
Yes.
that's where it comes down to. It all goes back to the farming side of it.
Yeah.
So it's the seed, it's where it's grown, not just country, but what region.
Yeah.
And it goes all the way down to which plot on the farm that you're growing this tobacco.
Right, okay.
And then you've got the different growing techniques.
Yeah.
This wrapper leaf, for example, they state is actually shade grown. Which a lot of times you hear shade as like Connecticut shade, which is going to be a milder blend. Like this is an Ecuadorian wrapper leaf on the Monte Cristo white in front of you,
right? But
it's going to be a Connecticut seed that's going to be shade grown. Typically it has a lighter shade.
I mean,
to it.
It's a big color difference.
So what they do there is, and just to give you a little history or technique there, is that they literally drape cheesecloth posts above the tobacco plants, and they just drape this cheesecloth all across it.
It's like Hessian. Is that what that is?
It's like this white. It's light comes through.
Yeah.
But it's going to be it's a consistent shade as opposed to just being open to the elements.
Okay.
Like the full blown sun, whatever, so it makes it a little bit lighter. You will see sometimes the growth will be a little bit more because they're trying to reach a little bit more towards the strength of the nutrients and sun and everything like that. But this is going to be a Corojo leaf that they did that with. And they state they did that because they wanted to have a really consistent shade of wrapper leaf. I was
going to say that is what makes it consistent.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's part of it.
Yeah.
And then they use Esteli, a double binder. That's a Nicaraguan. And then the two regions, Jalapa and Esteli in the filler. That's all they really disclose as far as that. But it is all coming from Aganorsa leaf.
Yeah.
It's all coming from Nicaragua. It's manufactured in Nicaragua. And then Sindicato is the one that actually blended with them to come up with this blend. And then right now, it's surprising. They used to be, Sindicato would go through like broker reps in the industry, kind of like, you're more familiar, Jesse, with like the spirits. A lot of them don't ship directly to you,
sure,
or to the state or what have you. So the state of Ohio doesn't necessarily just work with an Evan Williams. They work with, different distributors. They work with manufacturers, and then the distributors will then give them to the bars. There's so many different
3-tier system, right?
Yeah. This one is now being distributed by Gurkha Cigars, which is really interesting. Yeah. So they have a partnership that they're using their sales force to get it out. And so it's been an interesting road for them. But this is the Toro. It's a box press. This is going to be a 6x54, 6 inches by 54 is the ring gauge. Okay. And then box press, if you notice, it's got it's not this really like hard 90s on the corners. It's a little bit rounded. It's kind of soft.
Soft box.
Box press.
I get it. Okay. Yeah.
So I like to ask you guys while we're talking about that, what does that add or take away from the experience to you, depending on that?
Prevents it from rolling off the table.
There is a structure side of it. Yeah.
Is it the way you hold it?
It is. It's a different smoking experience, honestly.
Your fingers fit. I mean, I struggle to hold this and now it feels comfortable in the hand
because of the angles on it.
Yeah.
This is something that was not a traditional thing that was done in the cigar industry for a very, very long time. It was always the traditional round sizes, the round vitolas, as they call it.
Right.
But then the box press, I couldn't even tell you who did it first. No. I'd say one of the ones in the industry that really made it popular and they came out swinging hard was Padron, which is a Nicaraguan family.
Yeah.
And they had their what they call the core series, the Padron series. Most of they're going to be round. And then when they came out with their anniversary, some of their flagship cigars, they're hard box press. I mean, they're like squares. Yeah. And these are some of they're some of the most highly rated cigars consistently in their box press. And I think this trend has kind of continued. I think that because of the way that you roll this is one where I would say they didn't really change a whole lot of the ratio with the filler. Okay. Sometimes when you have a blend and you do say a 6x54 round and a 6x54 box press, I've heard both sides of it. You either tweak the filler so that it'll fit the mold instead of smashing it into a different mold. You'll either take a filler leaf out or you'll add one in. And this one, the way that it's packed, I don't think they took one out. No. And so it will taste like, so if you had this cigar and you're a more experienced cigar smoker, if they gave you a 6x54 that was box press and a 6x54 that's round, you might have a little bit variation on how it smokes, the flavor and everything else. Just
how much you're taking in.
That's right.
Yeah.
What do you think, Nate?
I like this cigar. I know the tinderbox just recently got them in. So Saturday, I actually went through the 3 different Sindicato blends that we got in. But no, I really enjoy that Corojo leaf. And this one, to the touch, it's got kind of this velvety texture to the touch. And it's a really smooth leaf. I would say I would put this at just a straight medium body.
Yep.
But it's got a lot of flavor to it. Very earthy, just this hint of dryness to it. But I think that dryness that I actually get from this cigar actually works out well with this whiskey. So I don't want to get too much away before ratings. So
I would agree with that. We had Ray on here. I was going to put up the comment here if I can, but I'm not going to be able to see it. I mean, let's be honest. Got that one right. But he says, is the box pressing ever an afterthought because of the draw problem during manufacturing? Maybe from a manufacturing level when they're trying to establish what they want to do. From this type of a relationship, I don't think so. I would imagine that the group that is Sindicato, the owners, when they went to Aganorsa Leaf, I would venture to put money on that they wanted to do a box press.
Okay. Well, and all 3 that tinderbox got in are all box pressed.
Correct. So either they have a preference for it, they like the way that they smoke, they like the way that it feels in their hand, like you're talking about, guys.
And this is a very square box. Sometimes we see them a little bit more rectangular where they're a little flatter. This one's very square.
Square, but with the soft press.
It's there's a larger top and bottom than there is the side.
It is a little bit.
And I think that the way that you move it around in your hand, it feels,
it's comfortable.
Yeah, it is very comfortable.
Yeah.
And some people they see a box press like, I'm not smoking.
Right. Okay.
They just don't like it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It's all personal preference.
Well, I remember one year the tinderbox did the 10 event, and Nook, who's the Asylum and CLE rep, they had the medulla oblongata there. So the medulla is the round, the oblongata is the box press, and traditionally he was saying that in the shops the medulla, the round, outsells the box press. But then when you do an event and you're giving away a cigar and you ask people which one do they want, they take the box press because they think there's something more special.
Okay.
There's a higher cost value associated with doing the box press. So they'll pay for the round, but if you're giving them one, they'll go with the box press.
So yeah.
So this one with the band on it. So the band is very, I don't want to say basic. It's actually fairly nice. It almost looks like a, I don't know. It's almost like a throwback to a, what was that old school variety type of a show? It almost looks like that could be in lights.
Yeah, I was thinking almost like a neon sign.
I'm thinking, what's the old
like a Vegas kind of a thing?
Vegas.
Kind of like
because the like if you look at the word,
kind of style.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. That's what it
kind
of looks like to me.
If you look at the word Sindicato and then like the gold parts around it, it's got like these dots and ridges, so they almost look like light bulbs.
Well, and the Maduro is that's silver, and it really does pop like that, in my opinion.
Yeah, it does.
So I like the look of the cigar. The wrapper, to your point, Nate, it's velvety. You know, as far as the touch, it's a nice, soft, beautiful wrapper leaf. I like the band. I like the marketing behind it. You know, it says on there, you know, H.O. Amano, and then I can't even read the other stuff on it right now, but Superior Puro is basically what that means on the bottom. What I don't like about this, they went functionality. And in the industry here, you'll see on the back of this band is a SKU, is a barcode.
Yeah.
Most companies have it on the cello.
Okay. Interesting.
Because once you get it out of that cellophane, you have more of the traditional look to the bands on
cheapens it a little bit.
I think it does.
Yeah,
I think this it really takes away from the beauty of what they did here, and I think they did it for functionality, which I can understand because a lot of retailers will want to have a SKU on it because then they can do it into their POS, especially in this day and age. You know, go back 15, 20 years ago, you might have some shops that were scanning them and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Most of them were putting little price tags with a sticker gun. You know what I mean? You know, so it's one of those things that when they do that, you're not going to tear it, which would happen. See how that's all wrinkled on the Monte Cristo that you got in front of you. This is pristine. You could scan it through the cellophane. I get the functionality. I don't like the look of it. I think it really cheapens the visual experience, which is not as important as the smoking experience. But I think it all goes hand in hand.
Can they copy these things? I mean, is that an industry
counterfeit?
Yeah.
You can. Not as much. You won't see it nearly as much with like the Nicaraguan, the Honduran, and the Dominican. You won't see that as much.
So
Cuban, it's I think $1 billion industry.
So
counterfeit Cubans.
I'm kind of thinking, is that a reason why they would possibly do that?
I think you can easily copy that in this day and age. A SKU on there. Yeah. I don't know. It's not a big deal. I brought it up because it's just when it looks so nice. They put so much thought, I think, into the marketing behind this. Obviously the blending behind it, and then to do that they put a lot of thought into the functionality, but I think that took away from some of the pureness of the smoking experience. When I have it in my hand, like you're saying, you kind of like move it around and all that stuff, and then you just see this on top that SKU and you're like, all right, I don't need to have that on the whole time.
It's all part of the experience.
Yeah. Like I don't want you don't need to scan it. I'm already halfway through the cigar. Like, what the fuck? You can't take it off. It's literally printed onto the band.
Yeah.
You can't, like, I would love to be able to just like, I just peel that off. Okay, you get it yet? You know, can you ring me out? All right, now I'm good. Let me take this off. I don't know.
You were reading what was on the band. Did you read what was in between Sindicato?
I couldn't read it in this light from my angle.
So it's Saber Evolucionado.
Okay.
Which it's been a long time since I took Spanish, but I'm gonna guess it means savor evolution.
Interesting. Let's see if the review had it up there.
No.
What does it say?
Just adding something to it.
I mean, if nobody can say that's not what it says, then we got to go with it.
Definitely goes with that whiskey.
Evolving taste.
Evolving taste. All right.
There you go.
Yeah, it does. It's a happy little accident there. Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
So you guys aren't, Adrian and Jesse, you guys aren't as big cigar smokers, you said, as Steve or myself. What do you guys like? How does this fit in terms of like what you smoked before and what you normally like?
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, first of all, I want to say how much I enjoy hanging out with you guys because I really enjoy smoking cigars, but I'm not super knowledgeable about them, and I always learn so much when I'm here. It's fascinating stuff to just really kind of go into detail about the process and all the different ways that you can do these. I never would have even thought about the different, like boxed versus,
the
round. Yeah.
Yeah.
So all that stuff was really cool for me. Saying a little bit before the show, sometimes I get intimidated when I go into a cigar shop because I immediately forget everything that I do know.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what it is that I like out of a cigar all of a sudden because it's overwhelming for me.
Yeah.
And I end up really just kind of relying on whoever's at the store to kind of guide me through what I like. I really enjoy this quite a bit. For me, whenever I do smoke, it's often like this, kind of hanging out, having conversation with a glass of bourbon or whiskey. And, I like this a lot. It has a subtle sweetness to it that I really enjoy. It's smooth. It's not too heavy and intense for me. And, cause I don't smoke anything else. I just smoke cigars from time to time.
Yeah.
So I'm not a cigarette smoker. So, sometimes smoke can overwhelm me, and I feel like for this, it's just a smooth, easy experience. And it's
not much spice on the
Yeah.
palate. There's a little
Hints.
bit on the retro
Yeah.
through the nose, but not much on the palate.
Yeah, it's quite enjoyable. I like it. I wish I could talk more in depth about it, like I did the whiskey, but I just don't have the wherewithal. But I do.
We all have our
I
lanes.
I do enjoy it.
Well, to your point, though, I mean, you walking into a cigar shop, I mean, it can be overwhelming. And that's, you walk into some cigar shops and it's a walk-in humidor, and there's a person behind the counter that basically, that's the door to the walk-in humidor. And then you walk in there and you're by yourself.
Yeah.
And in your world, Jesse, with, when we talk about the bourbons, right? You're bartender, you know what you're talking about with cocktails, you know your product also, whiskeys, other spirits and stuff like that.
Right.
But when you sit down at a restaurant these days, on the flip side, it's like walking into a walk-in humidor with no knowledge. The waiter server will come over with the whiskey list or wine list. And what I like seeing now a bit more is that, especially with the bourbons, there are some higher end restaurants, even not so high end restaurants, that they don't just have the list with a dollar amount next to it. It's just like this, itemized list of their whole whiskey and then all other spirit selection, or a wine list with the dollar amount. And they've divided up into like bourbon, Scotch, Irish.
That does nothing to help somebody if they don't know.
Or, Merlot, Cabernet, red blend, and all this stuff. And it's like, okay, so this Cabernet is $28. This Cabernet is $64. That one's better than? I mean, like, you just
based
don't,
on what?
You don't
Exactly.
know.
Based on how
You
much
don't
money
know.
you have. And
So
status.
if you go into a cigar shop that is going to be able to talk to you about it, that's big. If you go into a restaurant or bar, same thing on the whiskey side. If you sit down with someone and like across the bar from you, Jesse, it's like, and there's like, looking at the whiskey list, and you can tell that they're overwhelmed, possibly. It's like, or if they order something, it's real easy if you're busy, right? To just be like, "Yep, let me go grab that cigar. Let me go grab that for you. That let me pour that for you."
I was gonna
say, but if you go above and it's like, you can just almost enhance the experience by saying, "Have you had that before?" No.
Yeah.
No, I've been wanting to try it. You can only do so much if they're trying to act like they belong. You know what I mean? But you can say, like,
it's okay to not know things.
What do you normally like? What whiskeys, what bourbons have you enjoyed? You looking for something like, a little stronger proof? Are you looking for, what have you had? And they're like, well, I really like this. And they just come out and I really like Evan Williams single barrel. Great. You want to do that, or do you want to try something that I think you might like based off of that?
Exactly. And I love being able to engage with my guests like that. Sometimes people might not know, too much about whiskey or bourbon. They'll ask you, what's your favorite? What do you recommend? And I always start with that question. Well, what do you normally like?
Yeah.
And we'll build on that. What is it you like about that? And if you don't know, that's okay. We'll figure it out together. Maybe you don't know what some of the ingredients are in this cocktail. Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
I never wanted to be intimidating for people. So it means so much to me when I go into a cigar shop and I have somebody engage with me in that way.
Yeah.
Because that's how I am. I am overwhelmed with that. So to kind of guide me through, what is it that you like about cigars and help me pick something based on that.
Yeah.
Like you guys' shop is a great example of that.
I've talked about it before. I had an experience at a local restaurant that I went to for my birthday, and I'd ordered a cocktail, and immediately the server was like, "What do you normally like to drink?" Because it was a whiskey cocktail, and I told him what I normally liked. He goes, "If you normally like bourbon and rye, like, don't order that, because most people that order that, they can't taste the rye that's in there." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, then what would you recommend?" He made a recommendation.
That's awesome.
He brought me that cocktail, and then also brought me the one I wanted to order on him. And he's like, just in case. You know, this
You
is what
better
you want.
tipped out of here.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
You count the drink. It's a $12 cocktail there.
Oh yeah,
$12 tip every time.
Yeah, I tipped above 20%.
Oh, good for you.
And
My man.
in cash. And in cash.
Yeah, bingo.
I love
That's
it.
right.
Bingo.
I love it.
But no, I mean, and he was right. I tried that cocktail first, the one I wanted to order, and sure enough, I couldn't taste the rye that was in there. And so he dead on called it, and
That's great
he knew
service.
that.
That's
Yeah,
great
it's
service.
absolutely great
That's really
service.
cool.
I wish we had that kind of a thing in the UK.
How so?
Like, it's you guys do have more knowledge as far as, and the service is a much bigger deal out here.
Yeah.
Bartenders, no, well, do you know what? I mean, maybe that is the thing, you know. So,
Yeah, it's the servers and bartenders don't. They have a lower wage and they live off the tips.
Whereas it's a standard wage, it's normally a minimum wage if you bartend, which obviously comes with, I mean, there's exceptions to the rule, of course, bar to bar, but the majority, it's a standard thing, and they don't have this kind of knowledge, expertise, or passion. You know, to be honest,
really,
yeah. I mean, it's this is interesting. It is. So, I mean, people are very much schooled and are interested in gaining that knowledge, and
passion is a great way to describe it. It's a great way to describe it. I think we all have that
100%.
for what we do.
I will say though that when we had a guest, Barry Chandler, do you know that name?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I remember like when we had him on, and he's been at a couple of events as well, where he's Irish, and he talks about like Irish whiskeys, which have a lot of history behind those. It's like even Jameson were here, it's like Jameson or Tullamore Dew and stuff like that. Like you'll order it and take a shot of it. Yeah. And he's like, no, even those we don't shoot Irish whiskey. You know what I mean?
I mean, I will say
it fast. But
yeah.
A lot of it.
Whatever. I saw you last night.
Look.
I'm not saying that they never do. They would.
And I'm
Jameson last night.
Obviously, you can tell. Like I have a very large part of Irish in me, so it's. I was actually in Ireland 4 weeks ago now. And just to retract on that statement, there is more of a passion for whiskies and knowledge with bartenders in Ireland than there is in England.
Is that right?
Yeah, very much so.
More of a, I'm going to stereotype completely, but more of like beer and
I mean,
that kind.
Somebody told me.
Or is it gin?
I mean, it's whiskeys, beers. I mean, this is everything to, but it's somebody told me that they have to pass a certain test and knowledge based qualification in order to be a type bartender in Ireland. That makes sense. And I don't know if that is correct or not, but it would make sense.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
To be a good one. I mean, same thing in your industry here too. I mean, I'd imagine. I mean, there's a reason you get hired on certain establishments.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to have a certification per se, but there are different classes and courses that you can take. The Cicerone courses for beer, which I've done some of that. And you can do like the bourbon steward and things. It's very helpful. The more education you have, the better it looks on your resume. The more knowledgeable you are behind the bar.
Yeah.
I want to go back real quick. Say something about Barry since you brought him up. I haven't talked to him in a little while, but a couple of years ago, I did the charity event that I do, Cocktails for a Cause, and Barry came in and did an Irish whiskey tasting. And he was a huge hit. So many people there that did not know anything about whiskey gained really valuable knowledge from him. And he's so great engaging with people. And he's just so much fun. I really, I don't know him that well, but I really admire him and I really enjoy talking to him about whiskey. He's wonderful.
He's got a program. I think he's still doing it called Stories and Sips.
Yeah.
And it's a YouTube channel, and he's got a Facebook page. And especially during 2020, 2021, he was doing a lot of online stuff, where he would kind of do these Irish Whiskey Fans of America, I think is the group, but Stories and Sips. Barry Chandler, same kind of experience. So what we're talking about him is that he came out to do one of our cigar events, and we did Powers. And I mean, he had stories, not only the stories that, are more commonly known, but then he had some personal aspects to knowing the stories, knowing like what was happening and stuff like that. So it's very in depth, and he's very engaging. And he was on the podcast at one point, which was fantastic. I'd love to have him on again. He brought Middleton Very Rare of a certain one, and I forget what else, but I mean, just
He's a cool guy.
super cool guy.
You'd
Yeah.
like him.
Yeah.
You would. So stories and sips. And while we're on it, before we get to the last part of part one here, so we can roll through here, Jesse and also Adrian, can you guys just give a shout out? I didn't put it on as a banner, but we'll go ahead and share it. Bourbon and BS podcast page on Facebook, and also Bourbon and BS community page. I don't know if you're a part of that or not. Are you on Facebook?
I follow the podcast on Facebook, but I'm not in the community.
So the Bourbon and BS community
that.
page is about 1,500 members strong.
Yeah,
and it is kind of a continuation of the podcast, and that's where a lot of like the posts of people, what they're drinking, smoking, and then it's been cool because it's other stuff on there too.
Yeah.
send me an invite when you get a chance.
I will,
if you don't
absolutely.
mind.
100%.
I want to join.
But how can they follow you guys?
Go ahead, Abe.
So up until a week ago, I wasn't actually on social media at all. So I set up my account. Instagram is the only one at present. You can catch me at Hitchhiking for the Homeless. That's my page that's solely concerned with what I'm doing over here at the minute. There's a link to the GoFundMe page, DPaul USA, and all the information to do with the charity. And again, what's happening day to day with me. I'm posting up day to day, but I'm getting better at it.
I hope we make it.
The stories and the
yeah.
videos that you're sharing
Yeah.
About your journey are fascinating.
It's been wild, but yeah, that's where you can.
And we're going to learn a bit more about that in part two is here as well.
Cool.
How about Jesse?
Yeah, so I primarily use Instagram as a platform, so you can find me and all my adventures at Jesse Hubbard Cocktails on Instagram. Also, St. Russell Productions on Instagram, which is my event company. Or check out strussellproductions.com.
Fantastic.
Cool.
All right, so this is the part of the show that we do ratings, and so this is different since last time you were on.
Okay, cool.
And if I can again, and
So we're in this together, Aid.
shooting score here.
Okay.
So
I've got you now. I heard. Yeah.
As we round out part one, this is the way we do it. So we do ratings.
Yeah.
10 is the best.
Okay.
So it's out of 10, 10 being the best. And we're going to do a whiskey rating, a cigar rating, and a pairing. And it's up to you on how you do it. Okay. So Evan Williams single barrel is the whiskey. We've got Sindicato Natural as the cigar, and then we're going to do a out of 10 rating on the pairing. So 3 different ratings, and as much of a reason why as you want to give.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Fire us off here.
Yeah. So obviously, I did things backwards initially.
Well, you had it in many different ways than we did. We all had it neat the whole time.
Yeah. So I started off with the ice. That's how I would normally drink a whiskey like this. I should have tried it neat straight away. My bad.
You learned.
Yeah. After your advice of trying it, just straight. I mean, there's a lot more caramel. I like this whiskey. It's smooth for me. I don't like an overpowering taste. I think being British as well, we go for we don't go for strength, and harshness with our beers as well as whiskeys. I think this is a good balance for me. Neat, or with ice.
All right. So out of 10, what do you think?
I'm going to give this an 8.
8. Okay.
Yeah, I really am. Yeah. So, and that's me being you. So it's
yeah.
The cigar in itself. I'm not a big cigar smoker. Fascinating learning about it more. And you said this to me earlier as well. You said every time that I've come away with so much knowledge. Like, it's strange how thinking about it, holding it in your hand makes such a big difference, and I've never thought of it that way.
And it feels cool.
Do you know what? Like,
it feels cool.
Yeah, it's
what we do here in the show.
Yeah.
Make you
Sit
look
around
cool.
and be cool.
It sits well in my big hands. So it's I like the squareness. I do the box cut of this rounded edges. The draw on this. I've smoked cigars in the past where I'm like, ooh, and it's just overpowering. This, I'm getting just the right amount. And honestly, and maybe it's a coincidence. You say a lucky combination. But I think I feel as though, the cigar, I'm going to give this an 8 as well for me personally. So the final one, the combination. I mean, I think I just said it. It's maybe it's a fluke. I don't know. these two together this evening, but it definitely 100% works for me.
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
There you go. So as a combination, I'm going to give that an 8 as well.
8s across the board.
Yeah. 3 8s.
Crazy 8s.
In the meantime, we had Michael Hoyt. Actually, I think he's the one that mentioned the orange shirt. So we might have to go with the orange of some sort for a charity shirt after tonight. I think that might be in the works here.
Yeah.
If I can find an orange shirt.
Got
I
any
don't know if
hunters out there that are listeners? It's perfect for that too.
You know what? Yeah, that's right.
Late night runners.
Safety first. You know what I mean?
Wait, we're doing hunter orange? All right.
Okay, yeah.
All right, Jesse, go ahead if you would with your ratings here.
Yeah. So I really like this Evan Williams. I have some some bourbons and some whiskeys that I just think are like the top of the top. And so, I when I rate something, I try to keep that in mind, that there are some, while I like this, there are plenty that I like less, but some that I certainly like more. I'm gonna go with 7.5.
Okay.
With this on the cigar. I'm going to rate it an 8 as well, simply because as a novice, I know that I do like this. I think it is a very enjoyable smoke, but I want to leave room because I'm sure there's some out there that I haven't had, just with my lack of experience that may trump it.
Yeah.
And I don't want to go in too high. You got to set the bar somewhere. But I think together I'm going to give it an 8.5 for compatibility for sure. And I think it's a really enjoyable experience having the two of them together. I did not know what we would be smoking when I came in here. You knew what we would be drinking. Maybe you guys paired
I
these
want to
up.
pick the cigar.
No, I was going to give you credit.
No, we usually don't plan ahead like
Give
that.
me the credit that I actually picked the cigar because I didn't know what we were drinking tonight.
Yeah.
And I think this is, and I'll get to that. I think this is a kind of it's not going to go with everything, but it will at least hold its own without overpowering most whiskeys.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? This is kind of like one of those almost like universal type of blends where it's gonna go with a lot of things.
Would you say it's very approachable for people like myself and Aid who are not as experienced?
Which was another reason why I picked it.
Yeah, cool.
I would say, and again, sorry to cut guys up, it's possibly, if this was a stronger whiskey, that cigar would not go in my mind. I don't think
it might be overpowered.
Yeah, 100%.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Grab that Elijah Craig for him to take a sip of in the intermission.
All right. Make sure your glass isn't empty for the.
You can't have an empty glass for end of part 1.
Okay, no problem. Let's do it.
Yeah. So I what I usually try and do is I write my ratings down before the guest or anyone else does, so that way there's no influence there, and I'm going to be pretty similar to you guys. So on the whiskey, I'm an 8 as well. I really enjoy the flavor. It's a very approachable whiskey. Not much of a heat. It's 86.6 proof. It's a great bottle, 7 to 8 year product, single barrel, and it's coming in at $35 in the state of Ohio. I mean, it's a good bottle for that money. It's
we're talking value. That's top notch.
That's good. So 8 on the whiskey. The cigar, I'm a 7 on the cigar. I like the San Andreas Maduro one a little bit more than this one.
You always compare to the other one.
But no, it's a good cigar. Like I said earlier, it's got just this little bit of bite and little dryness to it. But for the pairing, because this cigar has a little bit of dryness, it actually makes the palate more receptible when you go back to the whiskey. So at first, when I talked about the whiskey, I had like this delicate honey brightness and sweetness to it. But when I smoke the cigar and then go back to the whiskey, that sweetness comes across a little bit heavier. There's a little bit more sweetness when I go back to the whiskey after smoking the cigar.
From the whiskey, yes.
Okay. It's just this cigar then makes that whiskey taste a little bit sweeter.
Okay.
So I give the pairing an 8. I think they actually go pretty well together because the sweetness that's on this whiskey, like I said, comes out more because of the cigar, but it also kind of covers up any of that spice that may have been there from the cigar. For people that may not like spice, I don't have a problem with spice. I like spicy cigars, but I think there's just a balance there between these two, and they just work well together.
Got it. I think this is a great everyday pairing. I think both of these on their own and together, I think it's just a really good every day. You're not breaking the bank on either side of it. I mean, this cigar is about
we didn't
$10.
Okay. Yeah, we didn't talk about that yet.
Average price, if not any more these days, it's just under average price.
It's a great price point for a really enjoyable experience.
Again, I'll come back to it. I wonder what this would be on import to the UK. This
It's going to be
cigar.
higher.
Yeah, I mean, it's
this
gonna be
is
higher, but-
probably going to be closer to like I'd probably say like a 20, 15, like
Okay.
$15, $20 steak.
Yeah.
Depends on where you're at. So just like the states, each state has a different tobacco tax.
Yes.
You have a different tobacco tax in the state of Ohio for cigarettes. You have a different tobacco tax for pipes. You have a different tobacco tax for premium
Wow.
cigars.
So that's I did not
It
know
is
that
very
as well. So
dialed
it's
in.
split so
these
much.
are kind of
Categorically.
Wow.
like a lot of legislation.
Yeah.
These are like ships passing in the night.
Yes.
They're kind of they see each other, but like
Wow.
you attack one part of
interesting.
tobacco, do the
Mhm.
other. Same thing like if you go into like Canada,
Yeah.
the import, like what their
I mean,
tobacco
it's much
tax
higher
are.
there.
So it's not just the import; it's how your country or your in the United States might be
Mhm.
similar to different
Yeah.
provinces. But I also know that it depends on how you tax tobacco.
Wow.
It's that
Okay.
sin tax that
Yeah,
we call it,
yeah.
right? You know, so same thing with alcohol. There's different taxes on
Yeah.
that. You know, another one would be like gas prices.
Uh-huh.
You know, they eventually had to put it at the pump of what the federal and state taxes are per gallon of
Per
gasoline.
state. Is that?
Yeah.
or-
There's federal and in the US there's federal taxes and then like US taxes
Yeah.
and then state
Yeah,
taxes.
right. Okay.
Same thing with this is that you have those types of taxes, but
There's
so
a lot
this-
of variables.
so in the United States, just a quick real things before you even get into the UK. It's
Yeah.
like for here, it's like you have the MSRP, right, for a cigar. So when you
Okay.
see it published, it's what the manufacturer says. This is our MSRP.
Right.
Then if you're in Ohio versus if you're in Michigan, if you're in Minnesota, like
Yeah.
there's like New York, for example.
Salt Lake City, I guess, is a different thing as well.
And you get in
that.
the city. So
Yeah,
you got the
yeah.
city of Chicago,
Mhm.
city of New York. They have their own taxes,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
So like you go to like Chicago, and so not only do you have your price of the cigar, but then you have the Illinois state tobacco tax
Yeah.
for cigars, and then Cook
Wow.
County, where Chicago is, you have their tax on top of
Mhm.
that. You'll see that with like California is
Mhm.
out of their mind with sin taxes at this point.
Right.
I mean, it's absolutely
Sean
incredible.
was
Yeah.
just there.
Yeah. So it's absolutely incredible. Cigarettes are really, really prevalent. Like I had a guy in yesterday at the shop that bought a carton of Marlboro Lights, and we don't compete with gas stations as much, because we don't buy in bulk. But a pack of Marlboro Lights out the door after tax, like sales tax,
in Los
mind you.
Angeles.
No, in
In
here.
Yeah.
So our Marlboro Lights, when I say out, so the tobacco tax are in there, but sales tax,
Yeah.
which is again another
The
tax, right?
Marlboro Lights is well, no, actually, no, that's not Marlboro Lights.
Well, so
But that's
our register will ring $9.50 for a pack of cigarettes.
yeah.
Which a lot of people were like, "Oh my god, it's so much," and it's like gas stations, like, all right, out the door, it's like $9.17 or whatever. Like people like flip out over that. But a guy from New York comes in, he's like, "Yeah, I mean, I don't even really smoke that much anymore." But he was staying at the Hilton right next door to us, and he's like, do you sell them by the carton?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's $95 or whatever."
Wow.
And he's like, wow, this is so much cheaper than where I'm at. I'm like, let me guess, New York. He's like, yeah, how'd you know? I was like, just call it a guess.
How much would that be in New York?
He did because he doesn't
Really?
smoke. He doesn't.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, he was saying, he's like, I'm pretty sure they go for like about 16, 17 or so a pack.
And I was just in New York, and again,
New York
I
City.
New York City. I was just in New York City, and again, I've got a different pack of cigarettes, but my go-to cigarettes. I'm a heavy smoker,
Okay.
and I am a Marlboro Lights guy.
Mhm.
Yes, it's $16.
Yeah,
New
yeah.
York City.
So that's the whole tax thing, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
back to this, the whiskey, I think being what it is, again, I think that this bottle is, it's really like, Jesse, you said, the value, it's a bang for your buck bottle. I mean, I'd be interested to drink this more often in a sense of if it is readily available somewhere. How unique is Evan Williams it's a big production. I've had products that they call single barrel that you get one bottle and then say 6 months later you get another bottle. And with this one being so specific on the dates,
Totally different experience.
oh my God, like you don't know what the hell you're getting.
Yeah.
Some of the bigger operations, they'll do single barrels, but it's from a similar area of a rick house. They'll try to like hone in that this Evan Williams, if it says single barrel, even with the different dates, you've got a similar drinking experience. I've also had some New Riff is one I always bring up because they're a bit newer. But I mean, I've had some of their single barrels, and they're one of the ones that was like fall of this, and so they have like seasons.
Yeah.
But I've had a single barrel, not even a barrel pick, but just one of their New Riff single barrels. Really enjoyed it. Then I had someone else have a bottle of it and took a sip of it. I'm like, this is not the same whiskey.
Do you have a preference? Do you like it when it's more of a unique experience, or do you want that consistency straight through with a single barrel?
I think Steve's a consistency guy.
I'm a numbers guy. If
you talked about that with the Four Roses.
Well, and Four Roses is another one.
Like
They're even doing different mash bills on their single barrels. You know what I mean? So they take it a step further and disclose that. I like the fact that if I can go in and spend $35, if 3 out of 4 I really like, as what I'm expecting, the fourth one is like, this is different. I kind of like it. Yeah. But if I'm 1 for 4 and I really liked one and I go back and buy another bottle, I'm like, this isn't even close.
All depends on the experience, I guess, right?
The only thing that's consistent is the fucking bottle. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
and the price.
And the price. So for this one though, with this particular bottle we're drinking, I'm with you guys. I'm gonna bump it up 8.5 just because of that price point. I like to bring in the price point, but I mean, to have a 7 to 8 year old barrel, that is $35. You're running out of options that's going to compete with this. You really are at that price point, in my opinion.
Well, I think a lot of times when we see a single barrel, it tends to be more barrel proof, and that's why it kind of jumps up in price a little bit.
That could be.
Yeah, this is a single barrel, but it's also proof down.
Yeah,
like they try and hit that 86.6 every single batch.
Yeah,
that's
I'll say, and I know you want to get to your rating.
No,
I don't mean to interject, but yeah,
it happens with closing remarks at the end of the show.
Right. Part two, this is probably, off the top of my head, like one of my top 4 or 5 value bottles. Another one being Larceny, which is also from there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's those two. Rittenhouse Rye is another one that's a great value, and Old Granddad 114 is a favorite of mine as well. That's just a great value.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I've got Old Forester 100 over here, which again for $22.
Well, I mean, true. That's another good one.
It's a good, yeah. If I just am in the liquor store and I didn't really see anything I really need or want to spend money on, and I'm like, well, I'm here.
Can't leave empty-handed.
Got Four Roses small batch at 35 in the state of Ohio. I have this one at 22, a couple others. The cigar, I'm again going to bump it up because of I really with Aganorsa Leaf, I think that you're going to run into with that's who makes Sindicato, as we talked about earlier. If you're just tuning in, I don't want to say consistency issues on construction, but I've had a few of them. It sounds like everyone had a very good construction on this cigar. And I do like the fact, if you guys noticed when you did this, we didn't talk about it, had that little bit of a pigtail on it.
What does that mean?
So I don't know if there's a cap anywhere.
My botched.
So they see how they finished that.
Okay.
They see how they finished that in the top there. So they kind of had a little bit of that twist to it.
Right. Okay.
So
interesting.
I had even like a little bit. It wasn't this perfect mold. There's almost a little bit of a character to the way these cigars are. So again, for your average price, an everyday smoked, $9.95 or whatever it is, where you're at, about $10, give or take. I think this cigar, the weight of it is really, I mean, it's constructed very well, and I love their tobacco. This is not my favorite offering that's coming out of the Aganorsa Leaf factories and tobacco, but I think that when Sindicato came out with what they considered at the time maybe kind of like their flagship or what they wanted to put their actual company name on, because they had a couple other labels as well before that, I think this is something at 8.5, because I truly think that if you want a medium-bodied, all Nicaraguan tobacco cigar, this is going to give you an essence of some of the hottest regions, especially Esteli and that Corojo seed. I just think that this is where what a lot of companies are trying to accomplish.
It's no BS Gold though.
It's accessible. It's very accessible for a guy like me that is new to this. Again, I think the cigar combined with the whiskey, it's
And that's
pick
where
you some up for your journey.
Yeah.
Seriously, man, take some with you. Stop by the shop.
Yeah,
Stop by the shop tomorrow.
Yeah, if you, yeah,
Yeah,
I'll be there until 4:00 tomorrow. If you
Okay,
want to swing
cool,
by,
cool.
Stop by.
do a little care package. But yeah, so I think 8.5, and I'm going to be consistent there. 8.5 on the pairing because I think again, I'm not expecting to be blown away all the time. But if I could have a $30 to $40 bottle of whiskey on my shelf and a $10 cigar in my humidor, and it's just a Wednesday,
Yeah.
I know that I'm not going to be disappointed with this pairing. I think this is something that not only am I not going to be disappointed, but I'm going to be able to enjoy it, whether it be the focus like it is in part one of the show, or if the four of us were just sitting around on my back patio, fire's going, we're just bullshitting and all that stuff. This is something that can be enjoyable to the sense that it's not going to be an hour plus long conversation about what we're drinking and smoking. This is like, that's pretty good. This is pretty good.
Yeah.
And then you catch up on life. And I really think that that's something a part of when you're trying to pick a whiskey, pick a cigar, and you're depending on what the atmosphere or what the kind of the venue of where you're at, if you're enjoying it and it's just even the background, but it's almost like the basis of why you're there to sit and talk. And now you're just, it's not like, oh man, what is this? What am I drinking? Like, and that takes away from your conversation. Or you're halfway through a cigar, like, God damn, this turned bitter. Like, do you have anything else? That's where I'm at an 8.5 for these price points. And what we're doing here is that I think I agree with you guys on how they paired well together. But I think there's a value there, not only in price, but also in the fact that this is a very just kind of a everyday pairing. And I really think that's great.
Yeah,
Way to put it.
I agree.
With that being said, we're going to do a quick intermission. I do want to thank you guys for being a part of part one. I want to take this down here. I do want to put up the Patreon. Thank you guys for all the Patreon members. Patreon.com/Bourbon and BS podcast or Venmo at Bourbon and BS. We also have Tinderbox at Easton, who provided these cigars tonight. And so between now and next Wednesday, the Sindicato Natural will be 15% off if you mention Bourbon and BS podcast at Tinderbox at Easton, Columbus, Ohio. If you guys are not local and you want at least a 5-pack, we can get it out to you at that 15% off. Altadis USA, we're going to be lighting up the Monte Cristo White Series. So thank you, Josh Bentley and everyone at Altadis for the continued support and the second cigar every week. And also BS Cigar Company, which Nate just mentioned, the BS Gold, which is made by Placencia now, and also the BS Silver, which is made by Espinosa. We appreciate that. And if you guys want to sport some swag, BS Cigar Company, some whiskey stuff, we've got some hoodies if it's still cold where you are as well. BS hoodies, the Bourbon and BS barrel head logo with the black camo hoodie. That's available. We have a few new colors of what I'm wearing, the raglan 3/4 sleeves of the BS. On the back, it has the box art that says Spirit Focus and has the crest on it as well. That's available, and it'll be shipped directly to you and printed just for you by jack.com/Bourbon and BS. Other than that, we're going to take a quick intermission. Like I said, cheers, guys. Happy Whiskey Wednesday.
Cheers.
We're going to stream live. If you're listening to the audio on any of your favorite podcast apps, click to part 2. We're going to find out about advocating for yourself and others with these two fine gentlemen. We just keep rolling. So, I mean, if you guys want to hit the head.
Yeah, definitely.
Shannon,
Yeah.
drop that door a little bit.
That's fine.
Pass me the bottle.
Yes,
This
sir.
is cool, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Drink till she's gone, brother. Drink till she's gone.
Sean, do you mind showing him where the restroom is?
You having fun? I knew you would, man.
Yeah,
We're good?
I knew you would.
Hopefully you can share some of this.
yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll swing by tomorrow, and we'll definitely swing by the shop and pick up some stuff. For,
Yeah.
I think I'm probably due. I had some friends over recently, and I thought I had some cigars. I'm like, we're gonna smoke some cigars up by the fire. And I opened my cupboard, and they were all gone. I was like, shoot.
That's good.
Yeah.
Now we're going to learn something from you in part 2.
Yeah, I'm
You
super.
want to try this?
I will. What is it?
Do you mind shutting that door?
Oh yeah. I got a little bit left in here, but I'll try some. Try some for sure. No, super happy for you guys and your success in the show, man. This is really doing great.
You know, it's like we talked about, and you guys out there listening still live. I mean, it's truly about sharing it. I mean, the sponsorships, no one's making money off of this. It's truly just keeping it going where it's self-sustaining, and we'd love to be able to expand it. You know what I mean? Like if one of our supporters, my old laptop that was from 2011, finally was crapping out. He's a local guy that has, he works on computers, but also refurbishes them. And when it finally was crapping out, he was listening to the show, and Avi was great. And he's just like, hey, I've got this is like a 2015 MacBook. He's like, I can donate that to the show.
That's very cool.
It's stuff like that, I mean, the people that get something from it that tune in every week, I mean, it'd be great to get the audience. That Bourbon and BS community page has been fantastic. It's just, I also know that not everyone's available on a Wednesday night, middle of the week. We had a lot more viewers during 2020 because people were at home.
Sure.
I think a lot of people got burnt out. And then Facebook changed a lot of what they were doing before the election, honestly, on how they were getting things to people. I'll get comments a lot of times that people that listen on Facebook. I had someone come in 2 weeks ago. Hadn't seen him in about a year. And he's like, you still doing a podcast? I'm like, yeah. He's like, I follow. I thought you stopped. I stopped getting notifications. So stuff like that, where it's like, they'll almost have to like anyone listening out there, share it and like it, review it again on all the Facebook and YouTube. But it's, if you aren't getting notifications, you stumble across it on your feed, you almost have to go back through and just click on notify again. I mean,
you do. And it's so important, I think, for everybody like watching and listening and to really make an effort to support podcasts like this that are important to you, because
no smoking.
It takes a little bit more effort now. It really does.
It's fucking America. What are you doing?
That's hilarious.
Brilliant.
Go ahead, Jesse. I'm sorry.
I don't know what I was saying, but I made me laugh. I forgot what I was saying.
No, you're saying it's important to do all that.
Oh, yeah, no, it's important for the audience to support, ventures like this now more than ever, because the algorithm on social media, Facebook, Instagram, whatever, you don't really have any control over what's fed to you and what you see. So you have to kind of reach out and follow along. It's really important.
It is.
Yeah.
You may add a few drops.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
So
Take a sip
so
first. We
try
learned
it.
from this.
Try
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
Try it
Try.
first.
Yeah.
Take a sip.
Yeah.
Backwards again.
Try it and eat first.
I'm ready for whatever. Is that what you had there?
I mean, it's got a more woody. It's definitely. Is that right?
Take a little bit more of a sip.
It does.
That was like a baby sip.
Okay.
Come on now.
Tastes like a cigar.
It does.
Tastes like a cigarette.
I mean, would you? Is that the right correct terminology? Would it be more
So
woody?
woodiness. So I think you can. Oak is clearly. I mean, this is just the process of aging whiskey or bourbons, especially is that it's the virgin oak barrels, right? So then there's the way that they char the barrel and the different techniques. Now the big thing is finishing with different. You can transfer that to a different type of a barrel. Yeah. This one, I can't remember. This is an Elijah Craig. This is a barrel pick, right? Mm-hmm. And it is barrel proof as well. What's the proof on this one?
127.
It's a step up.
Is that what you have there?
Yeah. But,
that's what I was going to.
And do you know what I think? I think that, and it may be sacrilege or not, I don't know, but this goes well with my cigarette.
Well, the original experiment was you're going to sip that with what you said that might overpower the cigar.
Well, I mean, I'll try that in a minute.
What kind of cigarette for the
but
listeners
it definitely
out there?
works with a cigarette.
So if the listeners out there are looking for a cigarette to pair with an Elijah Craig, what do you got there?
This is a Chesterfield Blue.
Chesterfield Blue. If you guys are looking for a cigarette to pair, I don't even. What the fuck is this? Never even heard of this.
I mean, those are. I mean, we get these in England.
Established in 1896.
I normally a Marlboro Lights guy, but occasionally, I mean, these are like, price-wise over here. These are $7 in comparison to whatever.
I love it.
But it works with that.
It works. Whatever works, right? That's how we do it.
That's fantastic, man. That's so cool.
All right, you guys ready for part 2 here?
Yeah.
Do it.
All right. Welcome back to the Bourbon and BS podcast, everyone. This is episode 217, part 2. This is Beyond the BS. We have Adrian Preston still in the garage here by way of the UK, by way of the US randomly. We have Jesse Hubbard as well, who's a returning guest. And he has a book out right now called
Punk Rock and Cocktails.
Punk Rock and Cocktails.
2 things that are near and dear to my heart.
Bingo, which is how you guys kind of connected, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we'll tell that story in a minute. It's a fun one.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Got Nate Hale still in the garage, obviously, and I'm Steve Crane. I want to thank our sponsors, Tinderbox at Easton, also in Columbus, Ohio. The Sindicato Natural we're smoking in part 1. If you guys are listening on audio and you just click to part 2, check out part 1. We learned a lot about the cigar, also about the bottle that Jesse brought. But that Sindicato Natural is going to be 15% off between now and next Wednesday at Tinderbox at Easton. So check that out if you're local. If you're not local, you guys can take advantage of that deal with a 5-pack or more. And also Altadis USA, who's a continued sponsor. We appreciate Josh Bentley and everyone with Altadis for the support. And also the Monte Cristo White that we're going to be lighting up. I'm missing a joke here while I'm talking, which is fine. I don't care. Just keep doing my job over here.
Adrian added water.
No, I'm just like nodding in approval.
I thought you were laughing at my struggle to light the cigar. Something like 4 times.
True part 2 fashion here. We're already off the rails. But, BS Cigar Company is also a sponsor. You guys, patreon.com/Bourbon and BS podcast. If you want to do a monthly support to that, we appreciate that. And then also, you need to cut that.
I know.
You can still smoke the Sindicato if you want.
No. I'm going to switch. I'm going to switch. Yeah.
But also, if you want a Venmo for a bottle at Bourbon and BS on Venmo, you guys can shoot that over to us and tell us what to buy. We appreciate that. And last but not least, the buyjack.com/Bourbon and BS. That's where you get a shirt like Nate's got on there. Pour one more, light up another. We'll figure this out together. Comes in 4 different colors. I think we're coming up with, as we're recording tonight, we're going to do the next charity is going to be the one that we're going to learn about from Adrian here. So looking forward to that. Might be orange. That seems to be the popular go-to here. So figure that out. Pour one more, light up another. We'll figure this out together.
Love it.
We're already working on it.
And you know what? That's how it works. So check that out. Also some different swag on there. And that gets printed and shipped directly to you. All right. So I reached out to Jesse. I forget what made me reach out on.
No, I think we're just
bullshitting.
randomly bullshitting online. Yeah.
And then it was like, hey, you want to get back on the show? And he's like, if you're serious about that, yes. And then it was.
You never know after you're a guest one time. I mean, am I invited back? I don't know.
Yeah, you're always invited back. But so
maybe next time we won't wait 135 episodes.
Yes.
Thought you guys would never ask.
I've actually had people say that. Like, do you want to be on? Yeah, I just didn't know when you I figured you didn't need guests. You wouldn't ask. And I was like, I'm sorry. But no. So we chatted about it, and one of the things that you had brought up, and I'm interested to hear why, is men's mental health.
Yes.
And advocating for that, as well as you specified not on top of that, in addition to the bar industry, the mental health of the bar industry, and I'll further that to the service industry.
Correct.
But it's interesting because mental health is obviously a hot topic, especially coming out of it. It has been for a while, but especially coming out of the pandemic.
Yeah.
And it was something that was of concern, but wasn't really highlighted as much on during 2020 in the mass media. And now, there were people talking about it. We all knew it was going to be an impact on people and how everything had changed so much. And I don't know if that had something to do with what you're dealing with or if it's completely separate, but it's become more of a hot topic, but as a general topic, just mental health. From mass media, in my opinion, it's not, it's not dialed into men's, women's, youth. I mean, I see these little news stories where I'll be watching the morning news and all the new coronavirus update is, oh yeah, this is, and you listen to that person and like, so there's a new study out that this, shutting down everything actually affected the youth of America. And you're like, no shit.
Yeah.
Like this is a story,
right?
You had to study this? Like, okay. Did it affect you? Yeah. Fuck yeah, it did. So, I mean, let's talk about that. And then the other aspect, add on to that, is having Adrian on here and what you're doing. And I think to your point, Jesse, you had kind of said, I think it's really tied into a lot of it.
I do. Yes.
So if you don't mind, like what brought that up as far as when we were talking, it's not just, hey, yeah, I'd love to be on the show again. It's like, yeah, I'd love to be on the show again. And also for part 2, this is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I had an idea, and I appreciate you guys being open to it and receptive to it. You talk about mental health being important in the media. people say mental health, mental health. What the hell does that even mean? You know, it's just a random phrase that people are throwing out there without any real face to it. And it just kind of gets watered down and people get jaded to that. Mental health is important for everybody. I want to clarify. It is, you know, men, women, children, the elderly, everybody. It is very, very important. The reason that I wanted to talk about men's mental health in particular is because I have had some struggles over the last couple of years that really kind of hindered me from living my life to the fullest. And I struggled with my idea of what masculinity was within the realm of struggling with my mental health and my mental wellness.
And I do want to throw out there, just so you know, as we're early on in this conversation, full disclosure, none of us are experts. None of us are, I mean, I'm not, I can speak freely for you guys.
No expert, no.
This is all, again, beyond the BS. This is us talking about it. 4 guys around the table right now. Like there's not going to be like, we didn't do any studies. We're not classically trained as
our own anecdotal experience.
This is
a
talk.
What a great way of putting it.
Yeah,
agree. Go ahead.
Agree. And so I do not pretend to be an expert, but I want to share my experiences and put a face to the idea of men's mental health. And being a bartender and working in the service industry for so long, that has the added element of the struggles of mental wellness and healthy living, healthy lifestyles within that also. So a little bit about why it was important for me to really get into this was I have struggled with obsessive compulsive disorder since I was 6 years old. I was diagnosed when I was 12. Nobody knew about that. I had maybe 5 to 10 people in my life, including my immediate family and my wife, that knew about this. And I had a really good control on it for the majority of my life. Wasn't taking medication, wasn't seeing a therapist or anybody like that. It was just something I dealt with, and I thought I had this beat.
So you were diagnosed with it, but you was just like, all right, now back to everyday life.
Now back to everyday life.
Okay.
Didn't affect me. My father battled cancer, and he passed away literally 1 week before everything here in Columbus was shut down.
March of 2020.
He died March 13th
My
of 2020.
condolences.
Yeah, thanks, man. And we were very close, and that really hit me hard. Shoved it deep down. I was strong for my family, and I wanted to make my dad proud.
Why is that?
Because to me, my dad, you know, he was always very loving and affectionate, but he was a man's man to me, you know, and I wanted to do right by him and what I thought was right by him and be their supportive system for my mom, for my brother, for my wife, for my sister-in-law, for my nephews. And I thought I was doing a pretty good job about that. About 6 months after the fact, I noticed my OCD was getting really bad for the first time in many, many, many years. And I was in a really deep state of depression with really bad anxiety. And I wasn't in a good place. Still didn't talk to people about it. Finally, after dealing with that for about a year, I decided I needed to share my experience because I needed to start my healing process. So I posted about it on my social media, and I've got a decent amount of followers, you know, on my like, you know, career, you know, public.
And how do they
Instagram,
follow you?
Jesse Hubbard Cocktails on Instagram.
Okay.
And my Facebook is more personal. But basically I shared what I was going through and shared my struggles and the trials and tribulations of dealing with obsessive compulsive disorder being really, really bad all of a sudden at 40 years old, and a deep depression and crippling anxiety made it difficult for me to work an 8-hour shift behind the bar because, as you guys know, when you're a bartender or you're in that type of a situation, you got to be on and you got to be engaging and you got to be happy. And it was really, really hard for me. I started having panic attacks. It was really, really difficult. And I was embarrassed by it because for many, many years, I thought I can talk about this a little bit to people because I got a beat. It's easy to talk about something if you feel like it's in your rearview mirror, you know,
or you have a handle on it.
You got a handle on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All of a sudden I didn't. It had complete control over me. And so this past fall, you know, I talked to my wife about it and I decided to go public. And now everybody that knows me knows. If you're on social media in any way, shape, or form, you know about what I'm going through.
Yeah.
And I had such an amazing outpouring of support from people reaching out to me and saying, thank you for sharing this. Thank you for, you know, fighting against the stigma that deals with this. And, and men coming to me and saying, man, thanks. I was brave for you to do that. And women saying, I have OCD or my child has OCD. I've dealt with depression. Thank you. I think a lot of people had this misconception that I was just always a happy-go-lucky guy, which I used to be. But seeing my dad go through what he went through had such a profound effect on me, and it really put me in a deep, dark funk. And I realized, okay, I shared this with everybody. Everybody knows. Now I need to do the work to get better. And I started seeing a therapist to work on my grief. I started seeing another therapist to work specifically on my OCD, to do these kind of exercises. Exposure therapy essentially is what it is. Start taking some medication to help me kind of regulate things, because OCD is a chemical imbalance in your brain. There's nothing you can do to fix that really without medication. I think you need a little bit of medication. You need to do the exercises. So along the way, I felt more and more comfortable talking about it. And I realized not only was I helping myself, but I was actually helping other people by coming forward.
It's amazing, right?
It felt good, man. And there were some dark days in between me sharing that and now. And I've said it before to people, but I would go back and read those messages of support, the texts, the comments, the messages, whatever it may be. People still checking in on me. And it meant the world, and it really got me through a tough time. It got me through a really, really tough time. And so I decided I need to keep doing this. I need, it's difficult to talk about it. I'm a little more comfortable now, but it makes me a little anxious. I'm sitting here talking to you guys about this, something that was very, very private for me for many, many years. And I'm talking, and all of your listeners are hearing this, and that's intimidating. But I need to kind of push through that, because it does help me.
What's intimidating by it? I don't want to cut you off. I
No.
I don't want to lose some of the trying to hold off on questions, but
ask away.
Like, what's intimidating right now, and then continue, I guess.
Because I consider myself to be a very progressive person in a lot of ways, but I have a very old school idea of what masculinity is. And I do not want to be perceived as weak. And I do not want anybody to think that I'm weak, because I couldn't control my life at that particular time. There's that idea in the back of my head, that little voice that's saying people are going to judge you for this. They're never going to look at you the same way, because you're going to be perceived as weak. And I have
masculinity is strong and quiet, and nothing bothers you.
That's the idea, right?
Okay,
I have to be the rock.
Masculinity is also a hot topic. The whole toxic masculinity thing has been a buzzword, if you will.
It really is. And that's why I made it specific that I said I wanted to talk about mental health for men, because it's hard to feel weak. It's hard to feel defeated as a man when you're married and you have people that that love you and care about you. You want to be strong for them, And so I was worried about how I was going to be perceived. But ultimately, I reached a point, and even though it's still a little nerve-wracking at times, I reached a point where I said, I don't give a shit. The people that love me and support me are the people that I'm going to surround myself with in my life. And if you judge me for this and think that I'm weak, then that's your problem. I'm not going to waste another minute thinking about that. What I am going to waste time thinking, not waste time, but I am going to spend time thinking about is how I can continue to be an advocate for people to come forward and get the help that they need, to not be ashamed or embarrassed about what they're going through.
Yeah.
And, and to make it a little bit more of a normal discussion for us as men to talk about, not that we have to sit around and talk about our feelings all the time, but don't think that it's a negative if you're going through some shit. I have known many people in my life that are really good friends that have battled addiction, battled depression, and I did not know it at the time. And I wish that I would have, and I wish that I was more comfortable to talk about this sooner. You know what I mean? And so I just want to do my part to kind of continue to normalize it and destigmatize, men coming out and really sharing their experiences and talking about that. And, along with the service industry, man, oh man, it can be a rough place to work whenever you're in a deep, dark place, because, what do you do, man? Everybody goes out to work afterward, and they're all drinking.
All the vices.
All the vices. And I stopped myself just shy of getting really sucked down into self-medicating. And that was important for me. And, there tends to be something that I love what I do for a living. Okay. I love being a part of the service industry, and I love bartending, but I really realized how important it is for me to continue to foster my friendships and relationships with people outside of that industry. Because it can be a negative place sometimes, you know, and it's just everybody gets off work and you go out and all of a sudden people are venting and they're drinking and it just gets ugly and nasty and somebody's talking shit about somebody. And that's not healthy. And that's not good for me to be around, you know. And there are a lot of people in the service industry here in Columbus that I love dearly. And those are the people that I continue to surround myself with. And I want to continue to surround myself with people like yourselves, like Aid, people that are supportive, that are good for me to be around, that I can feel comfortable just truly being myself at without any level of negativity or competition or any of that. So they go hand in hand, you know, and I could expand on this as we talk more about it, but that's really where I'm coming from. It's a place of just trying to heal within myself and trying to, you know, I'm not trying to start some big movement or anything. I'm just trying to normalize. If you're going through shit and you're a man, don't feel like you're weak like I did. Talk about it, because you can get help a lot sooner than what you would have if you just try to stay strong and silent. That doesn't get you anywhere.
I gotta say, I mean, I thank you. I mean, I think that's super impactful. I think if anyone is truly listening to that message, because it comes from a very personal place, and I can see that. I mean, I think a lot of people go through that, which is why people reached out to you and thanked you. And also supported you.
It's very humbling. Very humbling.
I'm sure it is, because, you know, everything before that, especially in your in-person interactions, and then also social media interactions, were very much that all as well, which is your typical when you put a happy face on, right? Which there is a level of, you know, professionalism in your industry and anywhere else. You go into work, it's like you can only bring in your personal stuff so much before now all of a sudden you better be prepared that you're going to probably lose your job, because if you just, if it affects and it eats you up and it consumes you, especially if you're trying to not let it do it by, as you even said, you didn't say push it down, but it was something along those lines.
I mean, that's
you basically
just bury it.
You said bury it. That's exactly right, because that's exactly what you're doing. You bury it, and that is this old school mentality, especially for men, and I agree with that. I mean, I've been there. I know a lot of people have been there. Shannon's raising his hand. He's been there. Sean, I think any male or female listening to this, I think you've all been there, where you try to put a strong foot forward and not let it show. Well, it's going to show.
Put a strong facade, like the image you present to others.
It's upbringing maybe as well.
Say that again.
Upbringing plays a massive, huge part in that. I guess, again, won't take over, but that's just
it's not a takeover. This is conversation. I mean, but I gotta say, I mean, that it's super, to me, powerful that there is a bit of you embrace it, and you embrace that hurt, you embrace what you're going through, and you've done some steps to embrace it, to actually learn from it. I think that's a big part of it. I mean, you know, that's something that when you talked about, you know, being diagnosed with OCD and you're 40-ish.
I was diagnosed at 12 years old.
But now.
Yeah.
So you go back that far. I mean, that was kind of, I don't want to say early on, but I mean, now knowing people that I know, I mean, there's OCD is like one of just dozens and dozens. ADHD. I mean, like all this stuff, you know, like what, you know, I'm 41. How old are you?
41.
Nate, you're
38.
38.
The baby.
So we're all
38. I'm the baby. I got 4 grades.
No, but this is coming from a certain perspective here.
Do you know what's interesting, Steve? And again, I think that this is, I mean, it's pretty amazing. Number one, a lot of what you just spoke about there, Jess, it resonates with me personally. And we had this conversation last night. So
over some PBRs and
definitely. I mean,
as you do.
not to
Will Apostle,
that's
why we do the Beyond the BS on this podcast. Honestly,
after the first hour or so, because then the drinks have already been.
I mean, everybody's loose.
A little easier.
It's I think it's definitely a really important subject. And you know, I only met Jess 2 weeks ago now.
Yeah.
Through, again, we'll get to that in a bit, but we sat at the bar for mutual friends. Jesse, there's been a lot of people like Jesse that have helped me out over the past couple of weeks. We sat at the bar and we opened up about this conversation last night, if you can remember.
I
as
do.
well.
I do.
And so, and we're, me myself, I also have OCD, and it was at 31 years old that this was identified. So we've got a lot of similarities as far as, and that's where we hit it off. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's very important for people to discuss this thing. Where I'm from in England, it's very, you guys in the States, and with all due respect, it's very much more, you're more open to speaking about this kind of thing. What I hope
now,
now, but we're still behind you guys in the UK, way behind. We're more reserved, I don't know why. It's cheering up, yeah. So I think that it's definitely it's going to take a little bit more work in the UK to realise, the problems that are a common thing.
Okay.
Well,
Nate,
let me ask you guys this. So you've both mentioned that you've both been clinically diagnosed with OCD.
Yes.
I think a lot of people out there, when they hear OCD, they're like, oh, that person, checks the door 3 times to make sure it's locked, or they fold their clothes a certain way. Like
their house is super neat.
Yeah. Like for you guys personally, like what is OCD?
You want to go first?
Yeah, happily. So
I think we take it a little too lightly sometimes.
Yeah,
lack of understanding.
It's definitely not the stereotypical way that people think of that kind of phrase. But there's an overthinking. I think a lot of creatives have OCD as well. I think you're the same as me in that respect. Overthinking. You can't shut your thoughts off at some point. And you'll be lying awake, wanting to sleep, but your mind's on overdrive.
So it's not as much like I gotta like the OCD you see on like documentaries and stuff like that. It's
you're not like
this
walking
person has to turn the light switch 4 times.
No. I think it's very it's misperceived, misunderstood in that respect.
Different levels, different aspects of it. Yeah.
I mean, for me personally, I'm a very driven person, and I'll make sporadic decisions. Hence the reason why I'm here right now. So,
welcome to the garage.
But I think it can be a good thing. It doesn't need to be a negative thing, but it needs to be understood by yourself. And I think that it's taken me years to understand it. It can be used as a positive thing as far as your personality is concerned. You do things and make decisions that people that don't have that kind of thing in their mind, it's you can use it. You can harness it. Yeah.
Which is, I think a lot of things. So Jesse, while you're lighting that cigar, I do want to. No. Don't apologize. This is fantastic. I'm trying to not lose the comments here.
Yeah.
So Sean's wife, Sean just left. I want to bring this up just to give you guys a little bit of the live audience, tuning in. She says, Teresa says, what I hear is you being courageous and allowing yourself to be vulnerable through that. And I see that as a huge strength. I commend you for sharing.
Thank you.
That means a lot.
Go to the next one.
That means a lot.
Tim Dodge, appreciate you sharing this, Jess. I've got the right one up there.
Thanks, Tim. Thank you.
And he says, strength comes in overcoming shit, not stuffing it down inside. Keep on keeping on.
Thank you, brother.
Which I love. And then I got one more here for now. Charlie Creekmore, thanks for tuning in. Suppressing is the word, and that is a natural male mental trait. It's also primarily drilled into our military training and far beyond.
Interesting.
And last but not least, I do want to throw this up here just as a positive one. One of our listeners, part of the community page, Daniel Cornwell, who he actually stopped in the shop this morning. He dropped it on me. He's like, he's been seeing this girl now for about a year and a year anniversary. And he's like, so I'm proposing tonight.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
Congratulations, man.
Random post, she said yes. So,
cheers.
Let's have a little bit of
Cheers
to that love. Absolutely. Both you guys.
Although when you posted that, I thought of Brooklyn.
That's awesome.
Oh, nice.
Fantastic.
She said, Yes, I'm thinking Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
And then one more. Ray Cheshire says OCD, a tendency towards orderliness, perfection, and great attention to detail.
Correct.
So
That's I've never heard.
Jesse. Hang on.
What's that? Sorry.
Do you get hyper focused on certain things?
I mean, no, if I can take the
You can
the
say
lead on
whatever
it.
you want.
Take
Yeah,
the lead,
I mean,
brother.
do you know what? That I'm personally, and again, I think there's different kind of there's different situations. Different people have it in a different way. I hyper focus. I mean, definitely, it's like if something, boom, it's happening. You know, like I've studied, I've done everything, and I just go crazy on one thing. You know, to an insane level, and I think that's confusing for some people. Sometimes not so much for me because that's just the way that I am. But then other people will obviously question that and say, "Well, I mean, look, for example, this venture that I'm on, you know, this adventure journey that I'm on right now. There's a lot of people that don't quite understand it typically, or you know, fully. But it's to me, it's correct. It's right, you know. So yeah, I think the understanding is more. It's not particularly the individual that needs to. It's the other people that need to understand it more. You know, I mean, it's obviously been a thing. It's not a new thing. It's been around since humans have been around. I'm sure. You know.
Just didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
When I was diagnosed in the early 90s, we didn't really know much of what it was. There was the only person that I knew and at all when I was diagnosed that was public and open about it. You guys remember that show Double Dare?
Yeah.
Mark Summers, the host, had OCD and he was open about it. He was the only person that we knew
During that time.
he was open about it. Yeah. But so, you know, it was a lot of going to different psychologists, psychiatrists, different medications, the side effects that came along with them, you know, ups and downs and trying to figure everything out. And my parents were amazing and did whatever it took to get me to the right place. But it took a while because the medical community was trying to figure out exactly what it was and the best way to treat it at that time. And yeah,
which that very much surprises me, Jess, because again, and I hope that you know people understand. I am using it, you know, comparing where I'm from to America,
different medicine.
because it is done completely different, and there's a different understanding. It's a different culture. Although we're America and the UK. It's
we
very,
had our differences.
Yeah. Well,
It's been almost 250 years.
Come on, let it go. I always looked. My partner is from Los Angeles. See, so obviously it's you understand the differences and similarities more when you're in that situation. I think it's always interesting. It surprises me that the US hasn't picked up on it before now, you know, or doesn't have more of an understanding than.
Well, I think to tie it in a little bit, and Jesse, I want to hear from you more. And
yes, please.
Sorry, I don't have a draw poker for this cigar. I feel like you're struggling with that.
I got a little drop.
I think it's
Get
neat
there.
more than a cigar.
No. It happens, right? You know, but I think there is a little bit to the men's mental health side of it, right? You know, and again, you as a child at that point, not so much, but I think there is a little bit of going into the weakness side of it, of being a male, of showing that weakness, is that as you were going through your adolescent years, this was a thing that compounded the changing of who you were becoming, right? I mean, so now not only do you have to go through what we consider like the normal changes of becoming a kid to an adult, right? Going through those adolescent years, but now you have this outside thing. And so I can't speak to the medical world of the 90s when you had that, but I think there is a little bit of a hesitation that because if you weren't an extreme case where you were, I have to lock the door 3 times, you know, because that's what OCD
is. Like the TV show Monk. That's kind of
that's OCD to a lot of the general population. I think that is it. The attention to detail, the making sure you can't shut your brain off, then that's just a personality trait. Yeah. And so if you maybe, I guess, brush it off and just be like, well, we can get through this without like medication. Like, but you said, Jesse, you went through like different medications. You had the support of your parents. You had this really good just surrounding of your life. I mean, how did that go for you?
Well, I mean, you know, my mom and dad didn't know what was going on, and they didn't understand it. That, you know, I went to so many doctors because they didn't quite. The tendency back then was to just put kids on Ritalin for anything, and that was not good enough for them. They wanted to figure out what was going on, and it took a while. You know, it took a while to get there, and if it wasn't for them, man, I don't know what I would have done. I mean, we didn't tell anybody about it at my school. It was very, very private because I was embarrassed. But I want to say, you know, it presents differently in different people. So OCD, yes, there's a clinical definition of it. But if you have put 5 people in a room that all have OCD, it affects them in different ways.
All different levels.
It manifests
It does. The common denominator is obsessive and unwanted thoughts and actions. So I have a very severe case of OCD, whereas some people that I've met don't have it as bad. And you see a lot of people that, you know, will just say, "Oh, it's just my OCD," and you know, I'm not mad at them for that. They don't understand what
It's
they're
like
saying.
walking in my garage and be like, I need to organize your
Yeah.
shelves.
How true is that?
Right?
How true
People
is that?
say it all the time.
Yeah,
"Oh,
yeah.
I'm so clean and neat because I have OCD." They don't mean anything by it. They just don't understand.
That's their understanding.
That's
of
their
it.
understanding.
Yeah.
OCD for me is, and I'm not being dramatic, and I do not say this lightly, it has been a crippling and debilitating condition for me.
Amen. Yes, same.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it presented itself to me as unwanted thoughts of something bad happening to everyone that I loved and cared about as a child, which is terrifying. And keep in mind, I was diagnosed at 12, but I had it since 6, we found out. So I'm a
That's a
6-year-old.
lot to think about as a 6-year-old.
I was terrified that something bad was going to happen to my family. I was terrified that something bad was going to happen.
Just in general
to
or
me.
based on your actions?
Well, if I didn't, in general, yeah, like something bad is going to happen unless I touch this table X amount of times.
Oh, okay.
Certain numbers were assigned to be good numbers. Certain numbers were assigned to
So
be
there is
bad
a bit of
numbers.
that too.
There was a lot of that. And if I didn't touch the table 42 times in a row a certain way with a certain finger, that meant that my dad was going to die. You understand what I'm saying?
So I do.
I'm 7 or 8 years old, and that pressure is on me because I think that I have to do this in order to stop it, or
Oh,
something
wow.
bad is going to happen. And I was terrified of something bad happening to me. There was I saw the Ryan White special about a boy who got AIDS in the 80s or late 80s, early 90s from a blood transfusion. When I was really little, I saw that movie on TV. I was terrified that I was going to get AIDS. You know what I mean? And I had to do all these things in order to stop it. And my biggest fear was something bad happening to those that I love and those that I care about. So you go through all that time, and I finally get an understanding and a grip on it. And a little bit older, I'm able to say, all right, nothing's happening. Don't put this power in these compulsions.
Put a little bit of time behind it.
Right. But then when my dad got sick and my dad died, it's literally, he's my best friend. My greatest fear comes true. All of a sudden I feel like a little kid again, and I am powerless over everything. So my dad found out that he had cancer when it was already advanced, stage 4. It was in his bones, and they found it too late. So all of a sudden I'm 38, 39, 40 years old. And I feel like I'm obsessed now with something bad potentially happening to those that I care about or myself. And we have to catch it early, because my dad was not able to catch his early. His doctors were not able to catch his early. We have to prevent it. We have to fight it. So every time.
And that's the obsessive.
It's
part of
obsessive.
that.
It's obsessive.
So to tie that in with what you were talking about when you were a kid, like when he got the diagnosis, was there a part of you that started thinking back to those old days, like, oh, I didn't touch this table 42 times in a row a certain way, and that's why he got it? Like, is that how
it wasn't that, but all of a sudden I found myself, when we knew that he had cancer, we just didn't know how bad it was. I found myself touching things a certain amount of time to prevent it from being an advanced stage. Do you know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
And certain songs that I would hear on the radio while going to be with him at one of his doctor's visits, if it was a bad visit, I couldn't listen to that song anymore because it was a bad omen. It's this weird amount of superstition involved with these repetitive movements and touching things that you feel like you have control. And the bitch of it is, I'll touch this thing 10 times to make the anxiety go away. It's fleeting. It lasts 30 seconds or a minute, right?
Have you ever had the thing where it's I mean, yours is I think very different from mine. It because it presents itself in different ways.
It does, yeah.
But the key in the door thing, as you're leaving the house, like, I'm like that. I'll go back to the door, get in the car, then I'll go back to the door, then I'll get in the car. It's
no, but I know other people that have.
Yeah, I mean,
Is the stove off? Is the
and,
door
and,
locked?
and you
Is the
know,
stove off?
you
Is the
know,
door
Oh,
locked?
I've
You
driven
know?
back to my house to make sure my garage closed.
Yeah, I mean, but
Not to try to like get on your guys'
no,
level,
of
but I mean,
course
same
not.
thing, you know.
Hey, man,
But to the point where
It's real, yeah.
You know that you've done whatever
There's a
correctly,
level
but
of
you keep
care.
going. Yeah,
There
maybe
really is. I mean, I'm trying to again, thank you guys for sharing. I mean, this is super impactful to
it's
me.
hard to
Please,
make
yeah.
someone understand. So I appreciate you guys are
Yeah,
trying
thank
to
you.
put yourselves in our shoes because it's a really difficult thing to explain.
It-
Because it's
Well, that's one of the reasons why Steve and I are asking so many questions.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
not only do we want to understand it better, we want our listeners
Do
Yeah.
you know
to
what?
have a better understanding of it.
I really appreciate that.
Last night, me and Jess in the bar were chatting, and just out of sheer coincidence, we got onto this topic.
Yeah.
And like, we were pretty loose, you know, drinking PBRs and whatnot, and we got onto this subject, and there were so many similarities, and I think we hit it off at that point properly.
Like our eyes are like,
It was like,
popping out of our
what?
heads, like,
Really?
you have it.
You know, so
That's when he's like, "Hey,
Yeah,
you
we're
know,
like,
I got a guy that, well, you know,
yeah,
it's,
do
it's
you know
all
what?
tied in, man.
I mean, do you know what?
I messaged you at like 10:30 or whatever.
Yeah, you're like absolutely 100%.
I
I
think
got a
we.
guy that
We,
he can come on too.
yeah, amazing. I mean, thank you again,
My new
guys.
best friend.
Amazing. All you guys, this has been a tremendous experience. And you know, doing this now, I know that Jess has opened up like online about his personal struggles. This is
yeah.
something that I've not done myself. This is the first time I'm doing this.
That's a huge step for you, man.
So,
I'm
and
really
you know,
proud of you.
and
That's
honestly, and
awesome.
I love it.
I feel comfortable doing this purely because this man's sitting next to me. Do you know?
Love it.
So, do you know, we're all learning, and I think that we
We
should
are.
embrace this kind of situation, and you know, take note from our fellow brothers and sisters, and be open.
I
Yeah.
do want to, sorry, I want to
Yeah.
put up Tim Dodge's thing.
Yeah.
Just again, I think this is something that I always, what you guys are saying, not only is it impactful to people that are in the garage, but people that are listening, hopefully will listen to this. And again, you know, like Jesse, you were asking about, you know, this podcast, doing it this long, and like, you know, how many people are listening. It's so interesting that you don't have to be a celebrity.
No.
You don't have to, like, you know, that's what gets views. That's what gets hits. That's but it's conversations like this that you have in a bar.
Yeah.
That you guys had this just really powerful connection,
Yeah.
powerful takeaway. And you sit down in this format, and it's if one person is listening, it's so powerful because yeah, it'd be great if 1 million people were listening to this tonight, you know, or later on, you know, and all that stuff. That'd be great for everyone, right?
Yeah.
But so Tim Dodge says, who's listening, I struggled with it my whole life, but was diagnosed at 32.
So I was 31.
He's 58 later this year.
Wow.
Something I struggled with was feeling completely defeated when things didn't go how we expected them to go. That was just a part of it. Constant thinking, arranging things a certain way, little things that really didn't matter. Counseling helped tremendously with this for me. So I feel you, Jess.
Right on. Thank you, Tim.
I mean,
And I'm going to say,
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say, I appreciate you guys really opening up.
Yeah.
Again, this is when we do this podcast, it's fun to talk about the cigars. It's fun to talk about this. And from the very beginning, Jesse, you've been a part of this before. And when we were talking about being on the show again, your first thing was not what are we drinking, what are we smoking? It's what are we talking about? And you offered this up. And that's what I love about doing this every week with you guys, you know. And again, the people I meet, I would have never met you.
I mean,
these guys would have never met you. I mean, just opening up like this is, you know, again, you've never talked about this.
Never.
And it's just like you're sitting again. I just to give you guys a frame of reference, you're sitting in a garage in Columbus, Ohio, in a cul-de-sac in a okay suburban.
Would you know what?
This is just
this is punk
what-
rock.
this is.
It is.
I thank you guys for being a part of it. Just
Cheers.
I was gonna say I want to thank you guys for being into the idea of talking about this. I want to say to Tim, thank you for being open about your experiences, and this goes to Tim or anybody else listening. If they want to ever talk privately about this with me, feel free to reach out to me on social media. If it helps to talk about it, I know it helps me, and I'm happy to lend an ear, and maybe we can help each other. You know what I mean?
absolutely. I mean,
And Aid, man, like you're being the bravery you're showing talking about this for the first time.
Look, I'm not.
That's not easy, brother. That's awesome.
I couldn't. I feel like I would not have done this without being in this setting, this punk rock garage.
a little bit of whiskey.
Yeah, a little bit of whiskey, and you know what, and sitting here with look, we're all human.
Yeah, man.
So I kind of had a two-part question. I had written this down before you guys mentioned it. You guys touched on one of the keywords in my question.
Okay.
But the first part was why does it seem like men struggle opening up so much about it? Is it fear? Is it a fear of showing weakness? And then the other part is, and I think back to one of Bill Burr's stand-up specials, he talked about it like men just do this thing where they're expected to just bury all their emotion, all their feelings. Like, why is that?
All right, stick with the first part. Say it again.
So why do men struggle with opening up? Is it a sense of fear? Is it a sense of failure, weakness?
Well, let's tackle that one first.
I mean,
Okay.
for me, that's my answer right in your question. You answered it for
Fear?
me. For me, it was a fear of being looked at as being weak, as being looked at as somebody who, wasn't a real man. And
You're talking about the fact of opening up.
Opening
not
up
just
about
having
it.
those-
well, no, having it, dealing with it. Like
okay.
I'm like, I can't control this. I'm weak. This is beating me. I'm defeated. This is beating me every day.
Gotcha.
I can't function. I'm having like panic attacks in the restroom during my bar shift. What the hell is going on? Why? Because after 20 something years of me having this under control, why am I all of a sudden that scared little 6-year-old kid again? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
What's going on? I was embarrassed, and I had to fight through that. And some of the stuff you guys saying tonight, it means so damn much. And for some of the comments that people have said that because I'm still not sure that I'm, am I doing the right thing here? I'm still nervous about it. So when somebody says, man, thank you for sharing, or you're being brave, or it means a lot that you're sharing this, that means so much to me. And when you guys saying that, the comments that people are giving, that reinforces to me that, like, all right, I'm doing the right thing here, because there's still a level of this where I'm a little embarrassed about it, and I'm powering through that on a daily basis, because I do find that it helps me to talk about it. But if there can be a community of us that we can talk about this, and it just helps so damn much. You don't feel so alone.
Yeah.
You don't feel so, and you talk about feeling alone and isolated. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to get out of bed, because if I wake up from sleeping, then I'm going to be having panic attacks, and my OCD is going to dominate my life.
How much of it is that, the growing side of it is, and I think this goes into a lot of different aspects, different issues that people deal with. But with that, how much with you guys, how important is the acceptance of it? Because to your point, Jesse, you thought you had this licked in a sense, right? You went many, many years, and then a life experience came up that you knew was going to happen. You don't know when, but I lost my father as well. And it was a very, very tough time for me.
Sorry, man.
Thank you. But you can, like my mom, Dorothy Crane's a saint, right? Like God bless her. She's amazing.
Yeah. So is Regina Hubbard.
And there you go. It's fun to say it like that. You know what I mean? But if life goes according to plan for everyone, there will be a day that I'm still here and she's not. I hope it's many, many years down the road. And to her side of it is that she hopes that that's the way it goes too, because we all know that she doesn't want to bury a son, right? It's how it works.
Right.
But with these types of things that you once you get diagnosed, or you have this, like, you know how you are, you have this self-awareness to yourself. You can build on the strengths that you were talking about, Adrian. You build to the strengths. You can manage your day-to-day, and you can get out of bed, and you can force yourself sometimes. It's like, to your point of like these superstitions that become debilitating.
Do you know what? I almost feel sorry.
I just want to ask,
please. Yeah.
How important is the acceptance that this is your life? Not that you have to be a victim all the time to it, but knowing that something will trigger you again, knowing that life, Tim Dodge saying that, it's like you can do everything in your power.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how you are as a person, OCD, otherwise, how I am, how Nate is, how everyone listening, how Shannon is, Sean, how you are. You're never going to just be able to roll with the punches. Everyone says, like, roll with it, things are going to happen. No, you're going to get fucked up about it. You're going to be upset about it, and you're going to retract, because when you said, I'm this little kid again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You get your heart broken. It's the same way. You can be a little bit better at it.
Yeah.
You lose a job. You get, you don't get the job. Any aspect of life doesn't go as you want. Those natural tendencies, whether they're chemical or not, you are going to battle with this. I'm asking you guys, is acceptance important, not only to deal with your past, but knowing that you will not have control over something in your life again. So not only are you not going to have control over it, but you're going to struggle again. Like,
you're talking about acceptance within myself, or acceptance from others. Which are you referring to?
Let's start with that inner circle. You.
Yeah. I mean, it's, I have to remind myself that essentially my brain has a short within the wiring, and that's just the way it is. And I have to kind of use the tools that I can. The exposure therapy is huge. And
explain
exposure therapy is, I need to intentionally trigger my OCD and sit with it.
Okay. How do you do that?
It is fucking hard, man. It is hard. Like, you have to, so it's affected me so much in that I will find bumps and lumps and cuts and scratches and aches and pains on my body, and I have to poke and prod and mess with it to assure myself that it's not something that's going to kill me. So if I find something that might seem a little bit off and cause anxiety, I have to sit with it. And if I do touch it and poke and prod, I have to let it go and try to battle against it. The more I can do that, the more I can sit with it in the future, the less power it has over me. That being said, I'm aware that the medication that I'm taking is working. And when I was younger, I was a victim of, I feel better because I don't need the medication. Well, I felt better because of the medication, so I stopped taking it too soon. So the combination of the two,
very common in a lot.
It is. It really is. So the combination of me using that therapy program, the exposure therapy, along with the medication, I need to try to get myself. And I'm so much better now than what I was 6 months ago. I'm in a much better place. I'm in a really good place. But I'm still working. Yeah.
What changed? What was the turning point, if there was one?
It wasn't one moment. It wasn't one day. It was a lot of hard work. It was a lot of hard work, and really trying to get myself to a good place, and using the tools that were given to me, and relying on my support system on the bad days. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I have to accept that I have it. And I think part of that is me being able to talk about it. I've accepted it. And as far as knowing, yes, there will be things in my life. I will lose loved ones. I will lose people that I care about. And I'm nervous about that, man. I don't know how that's going to affect me. I am scared.
I feel like you do.
Well, I'm scared that I'm going to go down in a downward spiral again. And I'm trying to get myself not ready for that, but I'm trying to get myself ready for day to day, just living life. And it's going to hit me hard whenever I lose people that I care about. But if I'm going into the darkness, carrying a lantern. that's more prepared than I ever thought that I could be in the past. You know,
I think that the alternative there is that you get cold. You just absolutely just embrace the darkness, and that
shut off everything.
The world and your life is not what you want it to be, and I think that's the extreme in a bad way.
Yeah, that's not good. That's no way to live life.
It's not. I mean,
I live life.
That's why
I'm
really, for me in this conversation, again, not being a professional in any of this stuff, but it's just like I really, again, we all struggle with our own things, and I'm trying to focus on you and not trying to relate, because I don't have certain things. No, I'm just saying, like the acceptance. It's almost the self-awareness. You say hard work, is that when you're talking about what may happen, what will happen and may happen, you don't know what's what, right? You know what I mean? But it's gonna happen. You're gonna lose someone else. You're gonna have this life-changing
When I say
situation.
hard work, when I say hard work, I'm talking about being able to open up for the first time to a therapist who doesn't know me about what's going on, and being receptive and willing to work on these programs that they are saying are tried and true. It's the gold standard of helping OCD, the ERP, right?
What does that stand
That's
for?
That's the exposure therapy. That's the program.
Right.
So that's what it is. That's the gold standard. And I had my doubts, and I had my days where I couldn't do it, and I felt that it was beating me. And my therapist, she says, stick with it. You got to stick with it. And sometimes we would do these exercises where it was too much. It would trigger me too far. We had to bring it back in. We had to build up to that. And I still have some tough days, but I have more good days than bad days now. And that is beautiful for me, because, man, I mean, I was in was it November? I mean, I couldn't get out of bed. I was in bed 20 hours a day because I did not. If I'm awake, I got to deal with it.
Your wife stayed with you,
man. She's
amazing. I met her. She's brilliant. Both of these guys, they're amazing. There's a very good dynamic between.
I'm just saying that we're talking about support systems.
I told her, and you talk about guilt and that masculinity and what it is to be a man. I told her, she knew I had OCD, but it wasn't a thing. It didn't factor in.
She didn't know.
And I said, I am sorry to you, because this is not what you signed up for. You know what I mean? And it's not.
You can argue that it is,
but she didn't.
She married you, all of you.
That's what she said. But I felt guilty because all of a sudden I'm a shell of my former self. I'm not the man that she met. I'm not the man that she married.
There's a baggage there. She didn't know she was signing up to help.
I mean, she knew, but she hadn't seen it. And I felt so. And she's like, I'm with you. Like she goes, I am not going anywhere. I am with you. She is my rock. I don't know what I would do without her. I swear to God.
Did you find that embarrassing at first?
Yes. Yeah.
You said emasculating.
Yeah.
Emasculating.
It was emasculating. I felt embarrassed because I'm supposed to be
the man.
I'm supposed to be her rock, because she's dealing with all of the grief of losing my dad, who she was very close with as well. And she's dealing with that. And she was worried to talk to me about what she was feeling, because it would set me off and trigger me and go down this dark path.
So now she's in a spot where she can't necessarily share her emotions and feelings in respect for you, because how it might.
And that bothered me, man. And I feel like she's finally able to. Like, I just don't know what I'd do without her. It's just, I mean, I'm almost getting emotional just thinking about it. I would not be able to make it through what I did. There's a lot of people that helped me along the way, but if it wasn't for Christina, man, she's the best. That's all I'm saying.
I'm going to put a couple comments up here, and then I want to shift gears just a little bit. Ray asks, I'm interested to understand what the medication does. What does it target and how? Now, hang on. This is a two-parter.
Okay.
Devil's advocate, is it truly helping, or is it more of a placebo effect because you are expecting it to manage your condition?
Yeah.
We got some other ones from Bobby here.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I want to.
Of course. Yeah. Carry on, please.
Because you said it's related. I think
it is. And I'd like to tell the story about how we met. Because then we go into
the issue is I think this might be the longest podcast we've ever done. And we'll just have to break it apart.
Jumping into the fire.
We'll see you guys on Saturday. Cheers.
There may be a part 3.
To answer that question, I I do not think it's a placebo effect because I have tried so many medications over the years with the optimism and the hope, clinging to the hope that it would work without it working.
Mhm.
And the first medication and the second medication and the third medication that I took on this journey back to where I am right now did not work. So I know that that's a valid question. I'm not upset by that at all, but it truly does work. And what it does is it targets the chemical that is off in my brain, and essentially the medicine contains that to fix the part of my brain that allows the obsessive thoughts to come in. And along with that, it helps serotonin levels, which is very important, as well. Because, I don't know. I've had people say like maybe there's some ADHD in there, maybe there's a little seasonal affective disorder. I don't know. There's a.
Did you ever try lithium?
Never did.
That's something that geez.
You've heard of that, yeah.
Well, I know, but and that's
for
like
bipolar and same thing. Lithium
cases.
I'm on fluvoxamine, which is Luvox for short.
Yeah.
I
the
take
serotonin level is something that there's so many things that can actually affect that,
Yeah.
and there's some studied ones, and this is because something that I've actually recently looked up on. I brought up lithium because this is an over-the-counter thing. I go and I tried to refrain from talking about some of the things that I've dealt with. As far as the male side of it. But lithium is typically something that's used for bipolar disorder.
Yeah.
But it's also it's supposed to trigger the serotonin levels.
Yes.
There's lithium carbonate that's more studied, that are higher levels. There's some side effects, kidney function, a lot of things. You know what I mean?
That it poisons you.
It can.
I'm no doctor, but yes.
Yeah. So like lithium orotate is something that I've taken over the years. The last few years at a very, very low microdose. It's 5 milligrams. But it's one of those things that if you just bump up just a little bit, now all of a sudden you start becoming numb to things, and it's not
that's no good either.
Right.
I've been there with medication.
So that's why I brought it up based on Ray's comments, is that there are things that are going to affect that. When you brought up serotonin levels, is that is something that is being harnessed through prescription meds. There's something through just the elements like lithium, right? So lithium is something that is no longer in our soil, and in at least in the U.S., I assume the UK as well.
Same thing.
But it's not in the water. It's not as much, and so that's one of the things that my doctor has told me that is not one of the reasons that you see more of the different ADHD, the OCD, the bipolar, is because some of the things that we've stripped from.
Interesting. Wow, that is really interesting.
And to add on to that, I read. So I don't have any memories of that. I have many memories of my life before I was 6 years old. I don't have many memories of having obsessive compulsive disorder before I was 6 years old. And I read a study about 10 years ago, and I need to look into it more because I was talking to my therapist about it, and they thought it was very interesting, that kids that have scarlet fever, scarlatina, intense cases of those with really high fevers at a young age, that can cause the chemical imbalance that causes OCD.
Wow.
When I was 4 or 5 years old, I had scarlatina and I had really high fevers and really and I'm talking to my mom.
That happens at young, like babies.
Kids, yeah. I was talking to my mom about it, and I said I don't have any recollection of OCD, of this affecting me at all prior to those health issues. So it's interesting. I don't know, but I don't know if I was born with it and it just kind of manifested and showing up a little bit later, or if it's a reaction from some of those high fevers that I had when I was a little kid. I just thought that was interesting. Just bringing it up.
Yeah, definitely.
I gotta be honest. You go back 100, 200 years. You have a fever like that, you fucking died.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, man.
I mean that's the truth of the matter. You know what I mean?
I mean,
the allergies that people have. I have a peanut allergy. Like, I'm on borrowed time at this point. 100 years ago. I don't know what he died from. We were eating lunch and then he just fucking died. Yeah. He was sick.
I mean, let's look at coronavirus is the same thing. It's like, obviously we don't know that much about it. If you're above a certain age, if you have certain things, it's a similar kind of a guess as history is concerned.
Looking back, it won't be much like what we're talking about. You know what I mean? But what we went through, absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, it's so I don't really know where mine came from. But it's
But
just,
you
it was
have it,
interesting.
and that was Ray's question: is was it a placebo thing?
Yeah.
I think there are certain things that I brought up the lithium thing. It's
Yeah.
an over-the-counter thing. You never know. You know what I mean? Like someone tells you this is like, are you having good days and bad days? And I remember when I was like, I went in, and it was because of, and I've again held back on this side of it. I've talked about it on the podcast before, but you talked about men's mental health.
Yeah.
That was something that I have been open about on this podcast, is the fact that I'm on TRT. If you guys are
What
familiar
is
with
that? I don't know what that is.
Testosterone
Yeah.
hormone
Okay.
replacement
And
therapy.
What does that? Yeah, I've
So
no idea.
it's basically now it's coming out more and more on just the public mass media and all
Okay.
that stuff, is that as you get older, your testosterone, your hormone levels change, right? So
Yeah.
that's something that I look at it from my perspective, again, not being a professional, but I think there's something that the midlife crisis on a male side is because you're overcompensating the fact you're not the person you used to
Wow.
be.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of science behind it now, but I go to a doctor, and this is what I want to really tie this into. I'm not going to go on to that as much, but I think there is something on the again, being all similar ages, is that if you don't check under your hood, right?
You got to keep that oiled. Is that the right thing?
Well, my
Does that
point
sound
is-
like I'm from American?
yeah, that too.
American, there you go.
Welcome.
I don't know.
You're among friends here.
Oh, yeah.
But here's the machismo side of it. This is the male side of it. You don't go to a doctor.
Uh-huh.
You're not feeling like yourself.
That's old school, man. That's for
But
sure.
you know what I really loved about my doctor, and I go see him again every 6 months, right? So it's coming up in a few weeks. But the first time I went and saw this doctor, this is after I've dealt with this for a long time. I was on androgel, and I was on some other stuff, and in the U.S. the healthcare changed, and it got too expensive. Anyway, long story short, the first time I went to this doctor, 12 vials of blood,
Wow.
4 pages of blood tests.
I mean, that's intense.
That's
I don't
looking
know.
under the hood.
Yeah, that is something else.
Wow.
I got to be honest. This
Yeah.
is something that I encourage anyone that's not feeling like themselves, they're in their 30s, and like especially males. I say it to females as well, is that you really need to check under the hood.
Do
Like,
you
what are
know-
your levels at?
Do you know?
Because
Yeah,
when
yeah.
you talk about chemical imbalance, how do you know that? Someone just sitting across the fucking exam table and like, oh, I think you have
Yeah,
this.
you can't diagnose
It's
it
like,
just by looking.
on what? Like the fact I told you what I told you? Because if that's your diagnosis, is that what's the 90% of people that don't tell you half the shit they're going through?
It's very interesting to me. This is stated because obviously, again, coming from the UK, you have a privatized healthcare over here.
It sucks.
And we but no, I mean, I'm going to dispute that right now. As far as what you've just said, we have, although we're blessed to have a healthcare system that caters for everybody, we don't, because there's such an influx of people, and I hope that that there's nobody that takes offense to this. That's not the meaning of it, but it's you guys do have the accessibility to go and have that full
In-depth.
Yeah, I mean,
I
it's
paid for it.
yeah, exactly. Well, yeah,
Our private healthcare doesn't like.
no.
No.
You guys pay for it, and it's more. I think that it's something that we definitely do not have, and I think that I wish that we did have that. Unless you go and pay for it yourself, you can't have that service in England.
Well, we're at that point, and I think that's what I'm saying there, is that you really have to, especially at a certain age, is that if you're not feeling well, or if you're whether you're 6 years old or you're 30 years old, and you have a doctor say that, I think there's a lot of cases that there's a lot of conditions that it is something that through the blood tests and the where we're at, you can check that, whether it be some natural stuff. The medications help. And again, not being a professional on this, but it's like if certain levels of vitamins, minerals, like this, like the true,
Somebody's got an iron deficiency or something or whatever it may be.
And I'm not going to go down this, and I think we do need to transition to a part 3 here.
Okay, that's what you know. We're going off on a tangent.
I mean, but I'm saying,
Yeah.
I got to be honest that one of the biggest things that I said, and I said it for a long time on the last 2 to 3 years of what happened, is there's a lot of studies that follow the science was a big part of what we went through, right?
Yeah.
As a world.
As a world.
Right. And you saw these little glimpses. It's like, well, so we don't know what we're dealing with, but we know what helps with your immune system. Vitamin D3.
It's not specialized for what.
Vitamin D3,
Yeah.
zinc.
Do you not
all
think?
these things.
Do you not think that a major part of the past 2 years, and again, I'll be short, but it's socializing as far as human beings are concerned, doing what we're doing right now. It's you can have all the, and again, no doctor's kind of a point of view, but how we've lost contact with each other and mental health has got worse through the pandemic. And I think we're human beings and we're meant to socialize. We're meant to do things like this. And I think that has played a pivotal role in where we are now.
I'll say this, the last 2 years, I've said it before, to speak on the mental health side of it. The only reason that the doctors and scientists were able to do what they did and to control that in the best effort, right? Because we didn't know what we were dealing with.
Correct.
The only way that they were able to do it, they've never done that before, is because we had the technology to be able to function as a majority of the society from home.
In regards to what they've never
Work
done before.
Yeah.
10 years ago.
Yeah.
2012.
No, but you were saying like the doctors.
No.
What are the doctors doing now that they weren't able to do before? I'm not sure I follow.
The whole world was not able to function on FaceTime or Zoom.
Yeah.
Right.
This shit didn't exist.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the hindrance between this, like now and then, was the fact that you were able to function as a society. You didn't have Amazon. You didn't have groceries being brought to your house through an app. You didn't have all that stuff. The first iPhone was invented in 2007. And that didn't have apps. So you got to look back. 2010. Let's call it that.
If this would have happened, then
it had happened before that. And again, I'm not going down the conspiracy thing. I'm not trying to deter any listeners, but I'm saying the only reason we were able to run this the last 2 years, 2020 and 2021, is that we had the technology that had gotten to the point that we can function. You can work from the money-making jobs with, to your point, Jesse, in my opinion, service industry. You could be, I can do my job. And I had these conversations with people. We don't have to go to work. I'm like, when was the last time you ordered Amazon? When was the last time you ordered food? When was the last time you DoorDash? Those people that are bringing that to you, you're not farming in your fucking backyard. Right? This is not a self-sufficient society that you can stay
You're not
at.
off the grid.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Hey, you're moving. Who's fucking, carrying your triple dresser to your new apartment? You and your buddies that you don't want to see each other? No, it's those guys that are coming to your place to carry that fucking
and God bless those people.
Yeah, they're so nice. I support them. I tipped them. It's did you tip them with coronavirus? Go fuck yourself.
Just to bring it up a notch. There you go. You a light-hearted sense of humor.
Hold back. It's all about you guys.
Been burying it.
It's funny.
Yeah.
All right. So I do want to do this real quick.
Yeah.
You guys are in it for another little bit, yeah?
Cool. Yeah, 100%. This is great.
I'll set a record on so let's go to part 3
You
here.
have to break it up, huh? Let me know whenever we're ready to kick off part 3, because I want to tell the story about how we met. And then I want to.
You know what? I feel as though we could talk all night long.
I want you to talk about, because I want you to really have a chance to talk about what's important.
I got a
no,
couch here. I got a couch downstairs.
All good.
All right. Cheers to part 2. First part 3. Nate, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh my God.
I think I'm gonna, have to go to the restroom here.
Maybe me too as well.
First ever part 3.
First ever part 3,
Well,
guys.
I think so far the longest we've ever done is 3.5.
I mean, is this cool? Is it? Yeah.
I live here. You guys got to drive.
I don't.
All right, guys. Cheers. Happy Whiskey Wednesday.
Cheers,
We're gonna go
cheers,
beyond
man.
the BS. Nate's already gone.
Beyond.
We'll see what happens here, but we're gonna focus more on Adrian and what he's doing in
God
part
bless.
3.
Thank you.
Yeah, cheers,
Yeah,
guys.
Cheers. Are you shut down? Is that?
It's still streaming, but
Yeah.
we're good right now.
I'm gonna go for a whiz.
Yeah,
We still got viewers.
As this is a
We
lot of
lose
fun.
everybody.
we got 6 or
this is
7.
amazing, honestly, brilliant.
Sure.
Brilliant, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, really, really cool.
Dude. Yeah, Bobby Hirschman says it's getting late. Doesn't Tony have to be? That's my dog. Yeah.
And Jess.
Love you, brother.
You too.
We'll keep this to about an hour.
Really that long?
We'll keep it.
Yeah, whatever you want.
We're streaming it. We're 2:44 right now.
I'll text my wife. Let her know. It'll be a little later.
Well, you're driving, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Well, if you need the Uber, if you get into it, just keep the address.
I appreciate you, man.
Or if you guys,
I've been slowly
seriously,
sipping. I don't think I've been keeping up with you guys quite
I will
yet.
say, and they're listening right now, but I do have couch here, couch downstairs, and the guest room is kind of a mess, but there's a mattress on the floor because I have this bed I need to put together. So there's plenty of spots to crash if you need to crash for a couple hours.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
But I love this.
Yeah, man.
The first thought was what you talked about, and then you brought Adrian on. It's like, well, now we have 2 guests that have everything to talk about.
And neither one of us are exactly, short on wind, so to speak. A little long-winded. I know I am.
just ran into Adrian in the hallway. He's like, is this okay? Are we good? Like I don't want to seem like I'm interrupting. I'm like, no, dude, you're good. He's like, are you sure? I'm like,
Bobby Hirschman, you're always welcome on a couch, or you can sleep in my bed if you want to. All right. I'm not sleeping in the same bed. You can have my bed. I'll sleep on the couch.
I was like, wait a minute.
That's funny. Yeah, I knew we were like going along with the show whenever we lost everybody. Like he left.
It's 11 o'clock.
I know. I
almost.
can't believe it's that late.
Yeah, I know. Oh, Bobby Hirschman's finally on now. We got Ray Cheshire. All right, you and Jane are next time you're in the country in Columbus, you
What?
are staying at my house.
There's a spare bed. Hopefully it'll be set up by then, right?
Got the whole frame. I got the frame from Rob Wilson, and then I got the box spring that I needed that I actually gave away to my ex, but from across the street.
Yep.
There's a distinct cigar.
Cigar.
Guitar.
It smells like men.
It smells like men.
I wouldn't go that far.
What bathhouse have you been staying?
I don't know.
He's been on the road, man.
All right,
Don't judge him.
It's the
I
best
got
smell.
3 showers inside, so if you guys need a crash, I got 3 showers.
I'll be honest. It's
Smells
definitely.
like sweaty balls and aftershave.
No, literally, we can go there. And honestly,
What sprayed Axe body spray? Jesus. All right, let's do a little bit of this, and we're gonna talk about you.
cool.
Welcome back to the Bourbon and BS podcast. This is episode 217, part 3. First part 3 ever. But we have 2 special guests tonight. Jesse Hubbard, who we absolutely focus a bit on what you want to talk about tonight. And I think it's going to be a direct flow into what we're going to talk about in part 3 here. And again, to those that are out there listening, I appreciate you guys listening. I hope you guys listen on the podcast apps as well. And this is going to be the first time that we've actually posted a part 3, but it's super impactful conversation. So Nate Hale's still here. I'm Steve Crane. We have Jesse Hubbard, And I appreciate you opening up on part 2 for sure. I mean, again, to your point, it's super, super powerful.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate having a platform to share.
Yeah. So we have, thank you, Adrian.
Hi.
All right.
It-
So where do we go from here?
For those just joining us, he talks a little funny. But
I'm going to sign off. You guys have fun tonight. Nate, you're in charge. No, so we're going to talk about what you're doing. What you're doing in my garage.
You know what? I mean, it's pretty nuts. Yeah,
It's pretty nice. It's a nice 2-car garage. Got some good shelving up here.
yeah.
So as you can tell, yeah, Adrian's got a bit of an accent from the motherland.
I mean,
Is that what? He's from Southern Ohio?
no, is that what it is?
Say washer.
Washer.
Worcester, yeah.
Is it washer? I don't even know. There you go.
people from Southern Ohio say
Okay.
Worcester.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
All right, so
yeah.
I want to dial in here on part 3 because the first part 3. So let's not.
Cool.
We're part of history here, folks.
Do you know what? Thank you. It feel
you.
blessed to be the first on your part 3.
I love the fact that we still have 6 listeners.
Is there?
Yeah.
Everybody else.
It's late.
Everybody else is
I'm
gone.
one of them.
Well, all right. You don't have to talk about that. Oh, we got a lot of thumbs up coming up. But
The
yeah,
first
if you're
Brit.
still, what's that?
The first Brit
Yeah.
in the
Yeah,
garage on
in the garage. Yeah. We had Ray listening. He's UK.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, all right. So we're going to talk about in part 3 tonight. Again, the topic tonight was advocating yourself and others, and we talked a lot about what Jesse brought to the conversation well before we actually went live tonight. Was about men's, and I'm sorry we didn't get to the
of
service
course.
industry, the bar side of it.
No, man.
Okay.
I think it's applicable. Though.
It is, and we cover some really important stuff. So I don't want to take up too much of the time, and it's just I think what Aid is here to talk about is an amazing cause, a very important thing he's doing, and I want to make sure he gets ample time to share his journey with everybody.
Cool.
So we may not have a very large live audience because we're
Yeah.
getting late locally in the U.S.
But you have everybody kind of comes back to it and listens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
I
good.
almost feel like we
Whatever you-
should have done a closing remarks for part 2, and then
Ah,
it's all right. We'll just wrap them all together.
It's
We'll see what
rolling with it.
All right. So Adrian,
Yeah.
again, we talked about this briefly, is that you are here
Mhm.
in the United States. You're
Mhm.
you're from the UK,
Yes.
Britain.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you from?
Birmingham, England, UK. So I guess, and you can probably tell by the accent, it's we're called Brummies, and it's the home of Ozzy Osbourne. They say it's Judas Priest as well. Napalm Death. They say that Birmingham is the home of metal for many reasons.
What is your football team?
Aston Villa. It's got to be.
Smaller, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Birmingham City there,
Yeah.
and you've got Aston Villa. So both in the same city.
I just want to point out,
Yeah.
it sounds so much cooler when you say metal than when I say it.
I mean, do you know what?
Soft.
Do you know what it is?
It's a soft tea.
It sounds so much better when Rob Halford from Judas Priest says it.
it's cool too.
Like we've got something in Birmingham called the Birmingham DOS. Now let me elaborate. So
Bobby Hirschman says they stink.
who stink? Aston Villa.
Yeah.
Ah,
that's what he's
dear,
saying.
good lord.
All right.
Anyway, so the Birmingham
so-
DOS.
so-
Yeah, go on.
Adrian, yeah. What's that?
Good luck steering this train.
I didn't
Yeah,
do
I'll do my best.
this crazy train. There you go. Look.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck.
Well played.
All right, so Jesse is a friend of ours, and he's been on the show before, Jesse Hubbard, and he was going to be on the show tonight. And last night I was actually messaging you, and I said,
Yeah.
hey, we're good. Like, do you want to? We're talking about like cigars and whiskey and all that stuff. We already it's talked about the men's mental health and the service industry mental health, and
Right.
and so and you had thrown a bit of a curveball. I said, hey, I got this contact, and he's in town. Would you mind? Of course, I said, no, I don't mind.
Yeah.
And
I'll put you on the spot.
Yes.
The best part about doing this is that there's no rules. And so Adrian's here tonight.
Thank you.
And I feel very, very lucky, and I hope you guys do too. And if you're still listening live, and especially after the fact, is that this would have never happened if this community did not exist. I mean, this is how this works, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Correct.
Nate and I have kept this podcast alive. Last time Jesse was on, Jake Sanders was a part of it. He's moved on to Indianapolis. He's doing well in his career.
Shout out to Jake.
And shout out to Jake. And we've continued to do this. And then we have these contacts. We have friends. We have all this stuff. And then we have people that meet other people. And now we have Adrian here.
Thank you.
Thank you for being a part of it. So your Instagram handle is what?
What do you mean define that? Because I'm new to social media, you see. So handle, what would that
What
mean?
is it's hitchhiking?
Yeah, so
It's
it's
hitching.
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 So
for the homeless.
HITCHING
Sounds right.
for the homeless. It's kind of was a bit of a random thing, really. Just briefly on our OCD thing, probably part and parcel of me having that, which is a beautiful thing.
Mhm.
You know, it's kind of me just making a random decision a few weeks ago. You know, that's the positive of having that. You know, not to go back on that subject, I think we covered it, but that's definitely something that. The way that my mind works, it's okay. Well, just make sporadic, yeah, and you know what? And hopefully something beautiful that can come from that decision. You know, so
I've seen some posts on that
Yeah.
Instagram and has.
and you know, I'm not up until a week ago. I wasn't even on social media. So I had a Facebook, I think like 8 years ago or something, and it's closed and whatnot. You know. Probably part and parcel to anxieties and various things to do with what we previously discussed. Anyway, to move on, I think that you all good? Yes.
I was
You keep going.
I was apologizing because I'm ashing all over the tablecloth.
I don't think it matters at this point.
Right.
So yeah, it's
That's raw as we're gonna get on this show.
oh, so I think.
So what are you doing?
What am I doing? So
why did you come to the US?
3-4 weeks ago now. So I'm going to hopefully not come across as name dropping. I'm involved with the music industry in the past more so than now, more so than over the past 10 years.
Mhm.
Now it has kind of come back to me,
Mhm.
the music industry and the connections that I've had and do have. It's a few weeks ago now. So there's a band called Every Time I Die. I don't know whether you've ever heard of those
Never
guys.
heard of
them.
They're
Great band.
yeah, but they're based in Buffalo. They've actually recently and unfortunately broken up. But the singer Keith Buckley was in the UK and Ireland. I was meant to be tour managing. Started tour managing within 24 hours. It's like, can you learn an acoustic song so we can? I ended up just randomly doing that, which is kind of seems the way
You're
that my life
a
works.
musician as well.
Yeah, I play bass, play guitar, I play multi-instrumentalist.
Okay.
He's been in some really
I played
good bands. Yeah.
so I know a lot of, and you know what, a lot of US bands as well. I've previously I did the Warped Tour 2008, the full Warped Tour. I've driven around the States.
Wow.
You know, fun fact, I just want to interject real quick.
Yeah,
We got to talking. So I was living out east in 2008, and I used to go to the Warped Tour before I realized I was too old to go to the Warped Tour. You know, you reach a certain age. You know what I mean?
is that what it is?
At that time, right. Yeah, that sounds
Whatever.
right.
I was literally in line, and this girl says, "Excuse me, sir," and I'm like, "All right, I'm too old to be here." But I saw AIDS band play at that Warped Tour in Long Island,
Yeah.
and I didn't know.
We talked about
I didn't
this.
know it was him. I didn't know he was in this band. And we started talking. I'm like, "Holy
Sure.
shit, that's crazy!"
Like we were discussing last night.
You're
Like,
kidding me.
we both agreed that
Isn't that
CJ
funny?
Ramone that year was at the Warped Tour, and I mean I was playing the thing, and you were aware that he was there that year, and I walked around all day with my bass guitar and a penknife.
I mean, one of the Ramones.
Yeah, I wanted
know?
any side, ended up scratching something into my bass, which was pretty cool. But anyway, yeah. So I've had a connection with America over the years. My partner is from Los Angeles. She's an entertainer as well.
Does she live in the UK? Or?
No, she stayed with me in the
partner. Like,
at the beginning of COVID, because she's an entertainer.
She's in a great band too.
Yeah. So and a band called Save Ferris. So Monique, the singer. If anybody knows,
I've seen Ferris Bueller.
Yeah, there you go. It's born out of
Okay.
that. I mean, she's an amazing girl, and
Where's she at right now?
she's in Los Angeles. She spent 2 years with me during COVID in England because Los
God bless her.
Angeles.
God bless
So,
her, you know.
what do you mean? so yeah,
She's a keeper. I'll
Yeah,
tell you that
yeah.
right now.
I mean, she
spent 2
yeah.
years in COVID with
I mean,
you.
with me, it's
I
like,
just met you,
come
but I'm
on,
just
man.
saying. No, it's not an insult. I feel like it's a compliment to both of you.
Well, anyway, so I'm not easily offended.
So I think it's safe to say both of our girls are keepers.
Yeah.
It's a compliment to both of you. But most of you are going on.
I think all four of us can agree. Our ladies are.
I'm sure. Yeah, So I mean,
Cheers to that. Yeah.
she stayed with me.
Yeah, boys.
Cheers. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
To the ladies.
To the ladies.
What the fuck?
So-
I'll cheers with you then.
So she stayed with me in England. Jokes aside, so obviously Los Angeles, known as like an entertainment city.
Right.
A lot of people moved out of that place at the beginning of the pandemic because the rents are so high. And again, I'm not from here, so this is just information.
It's
That I've
insane.
given. So a lot of people moved out of that place because the rents were too high. There was no entertainment. Difficult for a lot of people across the world. But again, entertainment wise, me and I was still living in England, so we kind of concluded that the best thing that I was fortunate enough to continue working throughout the pandemic in the UK. Monique came out to me, spent the time there. It was difficult. She's away from her family. She's away from her own country. She's stuck in the UK with me.
No, you said it right. Stop. I love that you finally gave her a name. I love the fact that you finally gave her a name.
No, she's beautiful.
Monique.
She's amazing.
My partner.
I mean,
and then Monique.
Yeah, she's brilliant. I think for everybody, COVID was very difficult. It's interesting me being over here at this point now. We're recently out of it, I think. I hope.
You could not have done what you're doing right now.
No.
Not knowing the details. And I'm learning with everyone else, but you could have not done what you're doing now.
No.
A year ago.
I mean,
or 2 years ago.
I mean, even for Monique, even flying out of Britain as a US citizen presented a lot of loopholes and whatnot. So anyway, so she stayed with me for the 2 years, 18 months, I think it was over there.
She's still with you, yeah?
We're working things out, like I would get to it, but I'm heading towards LA. I think that life for many people, and I'll just be honest as I possibly can be, presented many problems during COVID, many stresses that we wouldn't have anticipated or wouldn't have had without that situation.
100%.
So I mean, John, geez, away from your family for 18 months, whilst it was going on, you've worried about your parents, you worried about your siblings and whatnot. Yeah. Anyway,
All right, let me ask you this.
go on. Yeah.
All right. So when did you figure out this journey that you're on?
So 3 weeks ago.
All right. So all right.
On a whim.
All right. Is Monique
women in
listening tonight?
You know what? I'm gonna point her towards this. I'm sure she'll be very interested to see it.
I mean, it's only 8:07.
I hope
out there
she's.
now.
I mean, I spoke to her earlier today. So,
Let me
again,
ask you this.
Yeah,
So we're gonna get into this part of it, but
Yeah.
like this was a very, very like just such a high value venture you're doing.
So
I gotta ask.
Give me a second, just 2 seconds. So I think during COVID, again, to come back to that, and post COVID, with the issues that everybody has faced and has had, and the unfortunate situations that people have been placed in, I think that me personally, I just felt like I wanted to do something, do something good, at the end of it, and that's the honest truth. So it's on.
What are you doing? So
I'm blessed.
The part 3.
Yeah.
Listeners,
Let's get down and.
What are you actually doing? What are you doing in the States?
I don't know.
No,
I do know. So
if it's about a girl, I understand.
No, it's not about a girl. So 3 weeks ago, I decided. I was in the UK. I just randomly said, I want to do something. Post COVID. I just feel I'm 41 years old. I've got 2 degrees back at home. You wouldn't think that, but it's
starting to think that.
Yeah. But I've been heavily involved with the music industry. I stopped music at the age of 30 in order to pursue studies, and then for some reason, I was drawn back to music.
Yeah.
So it's unbelievable, really. A lot of the bands that I, from years ago, I still connected with and whatnot. There's, can I give a shout out at all? So
I can only say this.
I'm going to point.
No rules on
so
this
here we go. So
the
band Kill Switch Engage.
Yeah.
Jesse Leach. Like Jesse, you are a fucking.
If you could share this feed with him.
So
Jesse's the man.
100%. Like Jesse Leach has been definitely a rock to me with this kind of crazy. Do you know what? Like he's been an advocate, supportive. He's pumped it online. He's helped, promote things. He's constantly been.
What? I feel like we're dancing around the issue.
Yeah, sorry.
It's like, what are you actually doing
Okay, let's
in
get
the United States?
Let me set it up. Can I set it up?
Yeah, please.
What the fuck are you doing?
What are you doing in the United States?
I want to set it up.
Yeah, please.
So this is how we came together, and I'm going to set it up right for you to go
Please,
to the
please.
thing. So during quarantine, I did a podcast with Jesse
Years ago.
and Jesse Leach and Matt Stocks called Stoke the Fire. Okay. And I was fortunate enough to be a guest on there and talk about my book and some stuff I was doing. And I established a relationship with those guys, and we stayed in touch. So 2-3 weeks ago, whatever it was, they had their wrap party in New York. And they invited everybody that was on the show that was living stateside here to go out and be a part of the show. I'd made some cocktails for the thing, and it was really fun. And they had a bunch of guests on. So Aid came along with Matt over into America, and that's how we met at this event and hit it off immediately. It was filled
Here locally?
No, this was in New York. It was in New York. So we absolutely just met so many amazing people, and we heard about the journey that this man next to me was about to take. He was going to embark on cross country and then back from New York to California and then back to New York to raise money for the homeless.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Why? Homelessness is an issue that is very close to my heart from growing up. The way I've grown up, I left home at 15 years old.
In the UK.
In the UK.
Okay. Why'd you leave?
I mean, just without getting into detail, it was family differences and whatnot. I won't go there, but I left home.
15 years old.
15 years old.
And
I was
left home.
out, gone. So and it was, I relied on sofas, friends, and whatnot. And believe it or not, skateboarding, and you wouldn't think this me being from UK was a very big thing back then. So it's obviously considered a US thing, but no, it was big in the UK, and there was a support network of friends that had a lot of similar home issues. Anyway, so I left home, and that was where I was staying at people's places, sofas, squats, and became involved in the punk kind of community. I've done a lot of
cocktails.
Yeah, I mean, I've
brings
taught
people together, man.
Honestly, it's that was the saving grace. Like there's I played in many bands over the years, like punk bands. I've toured across Europe, done the squat venues, etc. So on. I played in big bands and lived in the States, been signed over here. But I think that was, so it's close to my heart. Cut a long story short. So homelessness originally, yeah, please. You keep, please, honestly, please do it.
He's trying to keep you on track.
You've got to do that.
Because you're going off on a bunch of different rabbit holes.
Yeah.
So.
I tried.
I'm known for this. So,
Adrian,
yes.
you're in Columbus right now.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Yes.
so it's outsider looking in,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So you landed in New York.
Yeah.
You worked your way through.
Mm-hmm.
So far, you're in Columbus.
Correct.
You got a girl in LA.
Yeah. Hopefully.
She's in LA.
Yeah.
You're working against me here. You're working against me here. I wasn't trying to make it about a girl. We should share this podcast.
Had to
with
go
them.
see about a girl.
Oh my God. That is something. But no, you're doing this. So in part 1 and part 2, you're talking about the fact that like you're gonna you're gonna bicycle. You're gonna you had these aspirations. Like you wanted to do this, right? But now you're realizing where you're at, you're doing this, but you still have the goal in mind that you want to make an impact.
I could have gone home, Steve. So really, it's the initial thought was for me to, and this is only over a few weeks. So the initial thought was me to bicycle ride across the USA. There's actually a trail out here called the Great American Rail Trail. So since the late 80s, I don't know whether you guys know this, but it's the old American rail system. Like they're trying to transform that into a means of transportation for non-motorized vehicles to get from one side of the state to the other. It's by all accounts, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's 72% complete. So that other part it's a huge thing as far as the size of the states.
You're here.
Yeah.
So we have highlighted, but we have not talked about, like on your Instagram page.
Yeah.
You actually have been visiting.
Yeah.
We have not talked about this at all.
Mm-hmm.
You have been. What is the goal here?
Mm.
You're raising money.
Yeah.
I talked to a few people today, and I'm like, we have a friend on, and he's bringing a friend on, and but it's about like raising money. What really surprised me, and I encourage everyone to follow you and feel.
Please.
Hitching for the homeless on Instagram.
So it's
But the fact that you literally were like editing out pictures because you were in these situations.
You saw that, yeah?
I did,
yeah.
No, I looked you up, and I really love the fact that this isn't about just raising money through.
It's bigger than
your
me.
efforts.
It's bigger than me.
There it is.
This thing, it's. I'm doing it on very limited funds.
I've gone 3 hours.
No, that's good. Yeah. I'm doing this on very limited funds, and I think that like homelessness as a worldwide issue is a big thing. It's something that is close to my heart.
Yeah.
I wanted to do something that had some kind of impact. That was meaningful. I'm 41 years old. I'm like, do you know what? This time in my life, I don't know whether I'm going to get to do anything like this again. I also think that the pandemic has kind of created a barrier between us as people, human beings. So it's kind of using that platform of people that I know and people that I've just met, like Jesse, and whoever else wants to reach out. Like it's big. I can't do this on my own. I want to again coming back to it. It's the charity is DPAL USA. It's a US based charity that deals with homeless. They are international, but I'm in this country, your country, you guys have got a bit, it's a big problem out here. I think it's a big problem worldwide, but I think that, having spent a lot of time here before in the past, I kind of understand the different dynamics from, state to state. And again, it has changed from me bicycling to hitchhiking.
You have to
did not work
you
out.
adapt, right? You adapt.
Yeah.
So it kind of leads me to two questions.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
One, why homelessness?
Yeah.
And two, why the U.S.?
Again, I'll come back to it. So no, I've spent a lot of time over here in the past playing in bands. I've got a lot of friends from the US.
I get that, but there's also homelessness.
Yeah, there is.
Where you're from.
There is, but
So-
it's if you think of, again, it's without getting too political and whatnot. If you think of both of our countries, like UK and America, we are so closely connected.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of things worldwide start with the States. As far as money, as far as industry, as far as everything is concerned, it is very, very different out here. Very, very different. In the UK, you think that the UK is like a little ant compared to the States.
What's the population of the UK?
I think it is 75 million.
75 million. You're ballparking.
I'm ballparking
And
that.
the US is over 330 million.
No, there's 500 and something in the US, I think.
But I want
Correct me if I'm wrong.
share something that you told me earlier,
So,
if I
sorry.
may, and that one of the reasons that Abe told me that he's doing this in America is that the problem seems to be worse here.
Yeah,
And it seems that you guys have more of a grip on the problem over
I mean,
there.
we,
right?
we discussed this last night,
Yeah.
Jess, and I think that over here, but in the UK, it's maintainable. It's manageable because it's increased since COVID, of course, everywhere worldwide. But in the UK, because it's so much smaller and so much, we can control it. Over here, like I was in New York a few days ago, and I'm like, wow, this is just, it's just how are you, and with all the greatest of respect, I love America, I love American people, but it's how is this country meant to deal with that problem? And I think it's broader. It's not just, well, USA, I'm here. I'm hoping to send a message back home.
And you've built a lot of relationships.
Yeah. I'm hoping to send a message back home and say, look, this is what's going on, because our media is completely different.
Yeah.
Like we see different things that you see over here without, again, getting too political. And I think that it's important for me. I wanted a big challenge, and I wanted to do something for myself as well, a bit of soul searching. But also I've got a 9-year-old son. I wanted to create, to show him what can be done if you set your mind to something. I could have gone home after after the bicycle journey didn't work out, but I was like, okay, well, how do you adapt to that? So I was in Newburgh. Here's a story. So a week ago, Newburgh, and this is New York State. And I was sitting there with a sign that said, Englishman going to Scranton.
Right, so I saw a picture of that. Yeah.
So I didn't realize that Scranton, and I've watched The American Office. So I didn't realize
which is the superior office.
You know what? We should find it.
Oh,
That's true.
Come on, that's another conversation.
All right, Rick, you're your face.
Yeah, so, I love The American Office, that version, but it didn't click. And I had somebody on my Instagram saying that was from Newburgh saying, I can pick you up and take you as far as the office. Now, me being at that point in the kind of like the way that I was mentally, I was thinking, okay, how are we going to do this? I almost messaged him back and said, amazing. Like, where's that? Like, can you take me? Like,
But where are we going?
So it's so anyway, I made up the sign because the next thing, again, the Instagram is hitching for the homeless. I sat outside a truck stop for a day, an entire day, with a sign. And do you know what? Obviously, me being naive, setting the goals very high and sitting there and going, but you know what, this isn't going to work out. You know, it didn't transpire into what I wanted, and I understand the reasons why. So it was for me doing it on limited funds again. It forces you into a situation where you have to be resourceful. You know, as a human being, you know, it's like, okay, I guess it's like kind of how they must be in the army or something. I don't know. So I'm sitting there going, what am I going to do? I'm in the middle of nowhere. Jesse Leach from Kill Switch dropped me off at my hotel. And I'm like, well, how are we going to get out of this situation? I sat there for the day. Here's one. So there was a priest. There was a priest at the gas station, at the truck stop, filling up his car full of gas in Newburgh, New York State. And I was like, do you know what? Here's the guy. He's going to help me out. So I ran up to him and said, Father, I told him about my, you know, the charity work that, you know, I'm undertaking and kind of the journey that I'm on. And he went, no. And kind of, he backed off and said, I have no money, jumped into his car.
He's doing a bit of his charity work.
He actually said, I do charity work in New York City, not here. That was what he said. So
he's a man of the cloth. Like, he's not taking a big salary.
I mean, but you know what? Okay, I'll take that. I will, and I'll go, do you know what? But it did put a few things into perspective and made me think in a different way at that point. So I sat down with my sign. It was raining, and I'm like, even the priest wouldn't help. so I had to alter and adapt to the situation. So from what I remember, I Googled then nearest bar. I mean, as you can tell, we're all we're those kind of guys.
Very giving people.
Yeah. So nearest, and I'm comfortable in that situation. So again, long story short, I Googled nearest bar, and it was off the beaten track in the middle of nowhere, a shack. If any other English person would probably not have wanted to go in there, but there was Harley Davidsons all parked up outside and whatnot.
People who didn't want to go in there.
And I was like, and I was just like,
American people.
Yeah.
And I was like, do you know what? Screw it. So I walked.
Got a leather coat on a little bit.
I think I kind of.
You'll look the part.
Do you know what?
When they hear you.
But I mean, we'll get to that. So I walked. Yeah. I walked into the bar and I was sitting there with my rucksack and
I don't know what that means. Rucksack.
It's like
rucksack.
Like backpack. You know. So
American.
Yeah. So I was sitting in the bar for like
just regular back.
I had a couple of pints in there and then got chatting to people because you can probably tell I'm quite talkative and whatnot. So
friendly.
No idea.
So yeah, I started chatting to a couple of bikers, local bikers. I shouted them out, the street cannibals. God bless you guys. They sat down and I told them about the charity work that I'm trying to do and told them about the priest situation and whatnot. And they were like, brother, you're welcome here.
Yeah.
So, and these guys were like, you know, they took me in, shown me nothing but love for three days.
Well, it's an interesting thing that the priest ran from him and the bikers walked.
Bring that up, like
What's that? There's some interesting commentary.
Exactly opposite of what you would
social
expect.
commentary.
As far as the society is concerned, yes, but the bikers, you know,
Who's held the higher standards right now, priests or bikers?
I mean, you made that call. I don't know.
You tell me.
I mean, do you know what? I'm
priests.
But yet it's the bikers.
Jesse, who's held the higher standards right now, priests or
bikers?
All
I know is this.
Mm-hmm.
I've met some bikers. I spent some time with some outlaws down in Florida.
Right.
To welcome me in. Right. Perfect or not.
Answer the question.
Well, I'm gonna tell you. I'm getting there. So.
I missed the story while I took a piss.
They may not be perfect. They welcome me into their house. There's a lot of problems with priests in the world today.
I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
There's a lot of problems with everybody.
With everybody. I don't know any of these bikers that ever put their hands on young kids. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, let's move from that.
Let's the extremes.
Let's move from that. So they took me in. These guys, amazing people. They realised what I wanted to do as far as charity work is concerned, and they
welcomed me with open arms, put me up in their trailer at the back on site next to the bar for 3 days. They even took me to their clubhouse, which is, by all accounts, Newburgh, New York State, if that's correct. I think it is state, is classed as 35th as far as, like, and this is South Street, Newburgh. It's classed as 35 as far as the most, you know, the most crime-ridden places, areas in America. So, and it's higher than Compton. Not to put Compton down, you know. So it was an experience. These guys welcomed me and took me to that place. And
this was what, 2 weeks ago?
A week ago. So and you know what? Their
They're
idea.
not coming here, right?
You know what? You'd love them. So honestly, honestly,
they like cigars. They like whiskey.
So my last bike. Yeah,
that's
the only vehicle I regret selling was my last bike.
They heard that I was trying to hitchhike. I'm like, I tried it and failed. So they said to me, "We'll get you out of here." I was like, "Okay, well, how are you going to do that?" He said, "Come with me." The one fella did. I went to like a lockup just by the bar, and he pulled out an old school Honda 250 Rebel and said, "And I've got a," and it
goes like 45, man.
And he said, "Look, this is yours." Gave me the bike.
Did you head out?
Do you know what? And
you know how to ride a motorcycle?
No, I'd never ridden a bike. I'd never even. I'll BMX.
Ask those questions.
So he's like, "Look, we'll give you 2 days." And I was riding that bike around like 7-8 hours over the 48 hours. And I was like, but what better scenario to be in for actual bikers to teach you how to ride a bike? So I did that for 48 hours. And at the end of it, I mean, I've got no medical insurance out here. I'm a visitor. So and I had concerns from England, friends saying, "What? You're heading out on a bike?" And the bikers even said to me, "Look, we can't send you out on this. Like, because if you have an accident," I was like, you know, I've got to respect that. But at the end of this journey, I have promised them that I'm going to come back along the same route. And they have promised me that when I get back, the bike is mine. I'm going to spend hopefully 3, 4, 5 days.
Did you learn how to ride the bike?
Over 2 days, yeah. I would have. I'm crazy, but not stupid. So it's. I was like, I'm going to ride out, but I'm not going to ride out of here like into the sunset and kill myself.
My garage shelves.
Yeah.
Like motorcycle shit.
Yeah, I mean, so I promised these guys that I'm going to go.
Your ass's chaps.
It's not ass's chaps. I'm just saying I had 4 bikes.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see if I have anything.
I mean, look, that ship has sailed.
Coming back through, I don't know.
So I promised them, and I do want to go back and see these guys because they did help me out tremendously. They said, if you give us another 3-4 days, and my hope on this journey, it's going to build up more traction. On the way back, they're going to give me a few more lessons and ride me out, and we'll like all of their crews can ride me out. That's going to be the end of this.
I'm going to ride a wheelie on a 250.
I mean, I'm not going to ride a wheelie anyway.
You dump a wheelie,
but you know, it's been a matter of last night. Sorry, night before last night. I say Jesse's last night. I rode into town on a Greyhound because it
wasn't a bike.
No, it wasn't a bike, unfortunately. But it
was cold and nasty. Be happy it wasn't a bike.
But it's, you know, the night before last, I was in Akron, Ohio.
Akron.
Yeah.
Close.
I mean, yeah, okay.
Hardo.
Okay, yeah, I got it.
Akron.
So it's Akron. There you go. So and the night before last, I went to a home. Every single city that I've gone to, I've been speaking to homeless people, interviewing homeless people. I've got a lot of footage, a lot of. I've met so many cool people that don't want to be homeless. You know, like you've got exceptions to that rule, but I'd say that 8 out of 10 people don't want to be on the streets.
Tell me about the guy that you find it.
So so 2 nights ago, I stayed in a homeless shelter in Akron.
Akron.
Akron. And
You guys
pronounce some of the cities where he's from.
Give me a break.
No. Go fuck yourself, all right? Say it right.
I mean, it's been a beautiful experience, like meeting these people, and you know what they're doing up there in that city. I'm not going to say the name again, but it's
Akron.
Akron. So what they're doing there, their homeless program, their facility is pretty. Okay, this fella, he was at that place.
Yeah, tell me about this guy.
That is Mark.
Yeah,
He's wow.
Such
What
a
an
great
incredible man. And obviously my editing on these photos was due to I was taking this in the facility.
Yeah.
And I later, obviously because of privacy
rule.
rule.
I read that
yeah, there you go.
It made a big impact on me, not knowing you, but knowing you were coming on. And,
I have to
see
be
a guy
respectful.
like Mark, like that picture of you and him.
You know what? That guy, like honestly to God, like he was. I met him in the evening before as I was. So to give a little information on this place, it's called the Haven of Rest.
Mm-hmm.
It's obviously there's a religious kind of background involved, but these people do amazing work. They don't refuse anybody that wants a bed. So in that city,
so not overloaded. That's one side.
So anybody that wants a bed can have a bed. So I wouldn't have stayed in a bed that somebody else needed more than me because I had a friend in that city. But I was offered. I went there with my kind of story and said, "Look, can you guys give me an insight as to what you do?" So on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
They said to me, "Look, you do you want to stay here?" And I said, "Yes, absolutely. I'd love to." So just to give a bit of an insight as how that system works there, and I think it's a good thing. You know, I've questioned it and trying to pick it apart a bit, but they take people in by 6:45 in the evening. Everybody has to have checked in. You go to a mass service, and then you go and eat food together. You cannot go out of those doors if you've opted to want a bed. You can't go outside after 7:30 p.m. to smoke a cigarette, obviously because of like weapons and drugs and whatnot. So everybody's safe. Everybody's safe. So after the food, you go there by 8 p.m. And I didn't see anybody below the age of 40 years old in there, you know, at all, which was quite surprising to me. But you are given, you're told to strip yourself of all your personal belongings, have a shower together, and I did that with the guys. And then you put all your personal belongings in a box, pass it over the counter. They give you joggers and whatnot, and you go to bed. It's 8 p.m. These are middle-aged dudes, you know, and a lot of these people actually have day jobs as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was shocked.
It's lodging.
Yeah. I mean, but I was in a room full of, and this is the first time I've actually explained this story. I was in a room full of, like, say, 40 men in bunk beds. A kind of, with all due respect to that program, I imagine it being much the same way like that in prison. You know, you cannot go outside. You're locked down. You've got to shower together. You're in there. You're doing this. And I've never ever been to prison. So
the intent is different.
But so the intent come back to that. So I was like, okay, well, I've got to try and understand where they're coming from with this. Okay. I guess that the intent is to kind of normalize and routine and schedule and make people, everybody's up at 7:30. They help with the resumes. They get them jobs, these guys. But you need to have a routine. So it's conducting that in that fashion,
mm-hmm.
you know. So it was very, but I'll be honest with you, lads. I locked down at 8 p.m. after doing that whole thing. And I lasted till, I think it was 11 p.m. I was in bed. There's a lot of mental issues, mm-hmm. mental problems. There's a lot of people that just jumped. I felt safe. I felt comfortable, but I couldn't. I needed a cigarette.
Did you sleep,
and that sounds
though?
really. No, I didn't sleep. But so I lasted 3 hours in there, and I was, I felt blessed. The fact that I needed a cigarette, and on this first time, I'm being honest, I needed a cigarette. If these guys choose to do that, they have to forfeit their next stay in that place. Yeah. So I got my bag and I left because I had a pal in that city.
They said, income, man.
And I'm not homeless, but I wish to God that I wish so much that I'd stuck the night through. But it was almost a good thing me coming away, because I was like, wow, it made me realize how good I.
What's your
actually
tie-in
have
to
it.
what we talked on part 2, though?
So say that.
What's your tie-in to part 2?
As far as
the mental health and
You
advocating
should-
for others.
I mean,
Not necessarily
obviously-
OCD, but it's
Yeah.
like, you know.
I mean,
like-
do you know what? Homelessness presents its issues. COVID has presented a lot of mental health issues. I think that it's something that we culturally, me being from the UK and you guys obviously over here, I've got to respect people from over here and the way the system works differently. But I think it's a worldwide problem and something that we should identify, and we should understand more than what we are. We understand it as countries in different ways. I believe that, from me obviously being from there, spending time here. It is an issue, and it's something that is. People walk past people with mental health issues and walk past people that are homeless. We've lost touch with each other. We're scared of each other. I've got a lot of friends from the UK saying, "You're crazy, being over here,
So how do you?
doing this.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? You're hanging out with bikers. You're doing this and that. And I'm like, do you know what? You would-
garage.
I mean, this is cool, but I would say that
don't church it up.
No.
Yeah,
I mean, this
garage.
is like a church. So this
Yeah,
is
no, I mean-
sorry. But I think that we've lost connection with each other as human beings. So, and I think that part of my thing doing this is, yes, let's raise some money for the homeless. I know that whatever I raise isn't going to make a dent in what is the actual problem. But if I can raise awareness, do a bit of soul searching myself, understand what life is about, reconnect with not only myself, but other human beings post-COVID. And given the world's current situation, you look at Ukraine, not going to get political, but you look at the amount of people that have been put out of their homes, that are homeless. It's a big thing, and it presents all kinds of different problems, being homeless.
Nate, go ahead.
Sorry.
No.
So I had written this down because I
Rounding
wanted
us
to
out
ask.
here.
I wanted to ask you this a while ago as you were telling your story. So you came to the U.S. from the UK, and you're trying to hitchhike
2
across.
weeks ago.
Yeah.
You're trying
Week and a
to
half.
basically hitchhike across the U.S. to raise
Correct.
money for
Yeah,
awareness,
yeah.
for homeless awareness.
Yeah.
What are you getting out of this?
Do you know what? I think that I'm like I say, it comes back to the soul searching thing. So personally, it's me trying to, again, but I've had, I think at home it's a laughable thing with my friends because I'm known as a jack of all trades.
Yeah.
I do many different things. In fact, I'll be going back home on the end of May. I'm managing 2 stages at a festival called Slam Dunk Festival back in the UK. So I've got to be home for that. But what am I getting out of this? It's, reconnecting with myself personally. I felt like I just needed to do that. And
Why?
Why?
Why do you need to reconnect with
I felt like I've kind of lost track with not only what is going on up here, what we're meant to be about, what I'm personally meant to be about. There's a lot of selfishness that's presented itself throughout the years, I guess, like there's focus that has been on money and qualifications and whatnot, but in actual fact, we don't really need that much as human beings. So I'm trying to reconnect and reestablish, understand what I am personally here for, and I think that, I don't know how to explain it better than that, really.
Yeah, that's fair.
But obviously, I mean, I'm not on a one-man suicide mission at all. But it's certainly look. I've met nothing but good people so far, and a lot of people are afraid to go to places like the Midwest from abroad. And I'm like, look, do you know what? 99.9% of people that you meet in life, as long as you've got good intent or a good person, are good people to you.
You're welcome in their house.
Jeez. It's
Yes.
and you know what? Honestly, I have been nothing but absolutely blown away by the American people's like that absolute welcoming attitude.
Except for the priest.
Except for the priest.
The priest, but I'm saying, like, you're welcome in this garage tonight, but yesterday You posted an Instagram picture, and
Yeah.
it was you and two girls.
Yeah.
That in this, not this country, but everywhere.
Yeah.
That's a recipe for disaster for a lot of situations. However,
Yeah. I can tell you how that story came about if you want.
I gotta be honest. Like I'm of the opinion that the only reason that when you were introduced to this show, is because of the character that was introducing you into that.
Yeah,
and I
of course.
think that is big.
But you know what?
That Jesse was the one that introduced you to this, and he's like, "Hey, this is Instagram."
Do you know what?
I'm like, "Here he is."
I mean,
doing this. He's hanging out with this.
So we come back to it's bigger than me. It involves an element because look at me, I'm covered in tattoos. I'm there with the leather jacket. But you know what?
Some people do.
But there is.
You're absolutely right. You know me. I'm not.
I know you're not.
I'm not one of those people.
There is definitely.
I don't care. You're full of shit.
No, I'm not at all. No, but
that's why I had this story. No. I had this story. We had a customer and they were telling us earlier today, and they were telling it was actually a rep from a big company in the cigar industry. And Laurel, who's been on the podcast before, she's brand ambassador for Macanudo.
Yeah.
And he was telling us, he's the rep. And he's like, yeah, this guy comes into a cigar shop and it's like, oh, what do you know about this blend from that? She starts spewing it out. He's like, oh, all right. She takes off her jacket.
Okay.
She's got tattoo sleeves.
Yeah.
And a rep saying, oh, you know about cigars.
I mean, that seems unusual, that does.
What's that mean? What's that mean?
All right, show me your tattoos. I don't have any, but I respect yours. Like, go fuck yourself.
I mean, it sounds unnecessary.
I want to add that I think on a serious,
Tattoos are great. I have zero.
What do you like?
Do we get along? Yeah,
it doesn't matter. But on a serious note, like he's only been at this for a little bit over a week, and he's already raised a substantial amount of money. And I think it's going to just continue to increase the more.
Goal's 10.
I mean, I think he's going to surpass that.
Do you know what?
Yeah,
sorry.
No, I just think he's going to surpass that.
Yeah.
I think it's awesome what he's doing, and he's got a great heart, and he's just doing it for the right reasons. And I also think it's a damn shame that somebody that's not from this country has to come in and try to do something that a lot of people that live here wouldn't even begin to do.
100%.
You know what I mean?
Do you know what? I love this country. I love you guys. I love American people. And thank you, Jess.
Yeah,
honestly, it's. But again, it comes back to it. It shouldn't be about people from different countries. It's about a worldwide problem.
Agreed.
So I'm not here. It's not. Although the charity money is going straight to DePaul USA, it's about broadening that kind of understanding. If I can send that understanding back home and hopefully elsewhere, I have no hidden agenda on this. I'm doing it again, and I can't explain it enough. Unlimited funds myself. I've wanted to do it that way because I've wanted to put myself in the situation where I've had to be resourceful, had to rely on people. Because, it'd be very, very easy for, a celebrity, for example, to have a camera crew, unlimited funds, travel the states doing this.
You're not a celebrity?
No. Well, no, fucking. No.
I promised him that you were.
Yeah. So
give me like 10 seconds real quick.
Yeah.
What's happening?
4, 5.
Stop talking.
I love your voice.
You trying to fucking tell me you're not a celebrity?
No.
You're trying to raise money?
Trying to.
All right, so
Tell them what you're going to do whenever you come back through.
What's your favorite color?
I was told that it was. Somebody gave me this in Pittsburgh the other day.
All right, well, tell me what it is.
They said that my color, and by stone.
Show your hands. Show your hands.
Jesus.
It's black.
Jesus. Hot mic. That's on you, Nate.
No. Apparently it's black. Apparently. Somebody gave me this the other night.
Black covered in
It's
whiskey.
a crystal.
Is that a coal?
No, it's a
From
crystal.
Santa?
They said, so I had my cards read whilst I was in Pittsburgh, and somebody gave me this.
It's covered
So
in
if-
127 proof whiskey, so it'll burn.
Hey, by the way,
It backfired. I thought it was. I gotta like
If you
separate
guys-
this audio, but if we're into a charity shirt,
Yeah.
So if we do,
Oh, you were so hoping it was going to be orange.
Yeah.
Do you know what? No, orange does
No,
not
you
suit
fucked
me.
it up. All right.
No.
that would have been great. Wait, can I say something though? Like, tell them what you're gonna do on your way back through.
So
I
the,
finished
no, you carry on, please.
mine.
Who are you?
Wait, no.
No,
You're a celebrity.
no, I'm not. So,
Right.
I
If we're gonna do a shirt, all right, hold your. This is gonna be a long Instagram post. If we were gonna do a pour one more, light up another, we'll figure this out together.
Mhm.
We charge $30 for the shirt.
Yeah.
And $10 goes to a charity
yes,
of your choice.
DePaul USA.
Absolutely. Give me the color combo for that.
Okay, sure. I cannot
I
wait.
have a black, I have a gray, I have red with black, I have blue with black.
I'll put that up on my Instagram.
What's your
That will-
color?
What color? You got to
Is it-
pick color.
you know what? It's definitely not orange because
All
that
right.
clashes with this.
Just give it to me.
You should do-
We,
you should
we
do
did
something
green, we
like-
did pink.
The country flags or some shit. That'd be cool.
Do you know what?
You know?
Do you know what? We need to unite. So I don't know. You guys are the
Red, white,
artists.
blue.
I mean, maybe
Red, white,
maybe
blue.
that's bad to do that. I don't know.
We're doing red, white, and blue.
Yeah, well, let's do something. You know. So
Yeah.
I think that
No.
I'd love to do it. You know, you guys, what you do here, and thank you for having me and let me explain. And I hope
Red,
no,
white, and
I've
blue
not
it
been
is.
as articulate as Jess and you guys here, but I'm a stumbling British brummy.
Whatever, man. I'm the
Red,
one that
white,
made. I'm
red,
the one that
white,
made
blue
the.
for the homeless.
I made the bad joke about the priest and the bikers. Made everybody groan. Please
Yes,
edit
sure.
that out. And also, if you could edit out me talking about it right now, that would be
It's
great.
all live.
I know it's a joke.
So, let me conclude. Let me just put
All right.
a nail
Closing
in.
remarks.
So,
Start with Adrian.
so I think that like there's no hidden agenda. I want to do some good. I want to raise money for the charity, not me. I'm doing it on limited funds. I love America. UK loves America too. Vice versa. Let's just try and solve something that is a major issue right now, and that's it. Together, I can't do this on my own. I cannot. I just can't go across without this and without people like Jesse and yourselves. I cannot do this on my own. It is bigger than me. I wanted to, and just let me elaborate on the fact that I wanted to show a sense of community whilst doing this. It's so again, let's get this stupid Englishman from one place to the other. Everybody can play a part.
How are you? Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
of course I am. So everybody can play a part.
Now we're talking about Ray.
In this, everybody can play a part, and you know I want people to play a part, and that's it. You know, there you go. Thank you.
All right. You fucked up my sound bite, but it made it better actually when you started talking about it. But
Thank you, guys. Honestly,
so, all due respect,
yeah.
the Englishman wants to do a red, white, and blue T-shirt.
Let's do it. I mean, honestly,
That's their
like,
country flag too.
look,
Yeah.
should you know what? It's.
Yeah.
It was theirs first.
I mean,
Yeah, but
let's not get into that. Who won the war? Who helped? Let's just not go there. Do you know what? Like both of our countries.
coexist.
Should you know? But both of our countries, you know, we have the means to do something great together. You know, I think that people forget the countries have lost track of this in the recent past, and we've got to disconnect. You know, so let's reconnect with each other.
All right, so
You know,
DePaul,
DePaul, USA.
USA.
Yes.
The link is on his.
I
The link is hitching for the homeless.
I will design the next
Do it.
podcast shirt, and it'll be a red,
Please.
white, and blue. It'll be the charity will be towards the
100%. Let's do it.
DePaul,
Yeah.
and it'll be towards the homeless population.
I think we need to do it. Why
Beautiful,
not?
beautiful.
You know, why not?
Love it.
Why
We'll
not?
figure it out, and I'm gonna take it all the way through July 4th.
I mean, I'm
All
going to
right,
get.
Nate, are you good?
Yeah, that works.
Yeah,
I'm going to be here for a month.
That's cool.
You know, a month
Yeah.
longer.
Yeah.
So it's relevant,
Yeah.
and it's
And
you
we
know,
gotta get you one of those shirts.
100%, 100%.
He'll be
What
coming back
size
through.
are you?
He'll be
Like,
coming back through.
And
You know,
medium.
super handsome.
You're super. I'm going to take your voice with me.
Small
fest
baby,
over here.
right.
Can I record it?
You're handsome.
I want
Small
to I want to record it for when I'm going.
I do accents for more money, but yeah.
And it's very soothing.
Yeah, that's fair.
I find it incredibly irritating. No,
Honestly,
In all fairness, I've heard both.
I'm breaking balls. I'm kidding.
Heard both from females. All right. Closing remarks. You already fucked yourself with that. Jesse.
Yeah, I just want to
closing
thank
remarks
you.
on
Yeah,
part 3.
on part 3. I just want to thank you guys for having us on to talk about some of this. I'm really proud of what Aid's doing. I think this is amazing. He's going to come back through. He's going to reach his goal, and sharing his journey and his experiences with all these folks that he meets along the way. And I really talk about putting a face to the problem. This is a big part of it. So I'm just happy to be a small part of his journey, and I hope everybody listening gets a chance to go out there and support him, throw some money towards a great cause. As he said, 100% of what he raises goes towards the Paul USA. And, please support.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I got to try and do closing remarks for part 2 and 3.
Wrangle it in, man.
I'm going to try. So like part 2, we were talking about mental health, specifically men's mental health. And I brought up a question that we didn't really dive into, but I think I brought up why do men seem to bury their issues or their problems. And I think we talked a little bit about it. Like there's this ingrained nature that we feel like that's just what we're supposed to do. Like we're just supposed to deal with it, suck it up, move on. And if you talk about it, it's a sign of weakness or it's a sign of failure. And I think we need to get past that.
Correct.
Because talking about it does not mean you're weak, or it doesn't mean that you failed at something. No, it means that you're struggling with something and you need help. And sometimes reaching out to other people is a great way to get help for that. And
Yes.
another thing I was thinking about was when Jesse was talking was, do we feel like social media has helped or hurt the mental health aspect? And I think there's arguments for both. I think one of the benefits, because there's a lot of times where we want to sit there and we want to dog social media and what it's done to society. But at the same time, Jesse's telling his story. He puts it out there on social media, what he's going through. And all of a sudden, a bunch of people start reaching out. And
more people need to do it.
They start expressing, hey, I've been having this issue as well. I've been dealing with this issue. You've actually brought this up, and now it's given me the courage to actually talk about my issues as well. So, I mean, there's both sides of it. I think the important aspect to focus on is it creates a conversation. And instead of looking at the negatives that social media,
Communication.
yeah. Instead of focusing on some of the negatives that we tend to look at social media, the positives are we can communicate with other people that we may not see on a regular basis, but also people who may have other insights that us or our immediate circle may not have. And it's that entire aspect of just talking it out and talking with other people, especially for guys, talking with other guys, other men that are also struggling. It makes you realize that you're not alone.
Other cigar smoking, whiskey drinking men. Yeah, there you go. It's okay.
Well, that's part of the
bunch of last day school kind of guys. You know what I mean? It's like hanging out with the girls.
But
we're doing that with mimosas.
I think he's out.
I love mimosas, by the way.
You had a mimosa bar for your Super Bowl party.
I'm in it. Here's masculinity for you. I'm going to drink a whiskey followed by a mimosa.
Yeah. But But the great thing about social media when it comes to this issue is just the fact that we can, one, admit to other people that we are having an issue. We're not perfect. There's something that we struggle with. And it also invites a conversation and it invites other people to not only talk about their own struggles, but also offer support, not necessarily help, because that's a thing a lot of men try to do. We have that fix it mentality where we always want to try and fix problems. Men's mental health is one of those issues where guys aren't necessarily trying to fix other guys' mental issues.
Can you imagine over COVID, that so many people have lost their jobs, and obviously men, like just thinking of that subject, that it's you're in a household with a family, and you've lost your job, and you're meant to be the provider, and that in itself must have caused so much. I was very lucky, you know, but I think that, you know, there's a stigma, isn't there, on that?
Yeah,
I think
most definitely.
You know.
Yeah. The last thing, one of the biggest things I learned from Jesse tonight is, so when Jesse was talking about, you know, dealing with his issues, you know, I asked him, you know, one of the reasons why, you know, we may struggle opening up. I thought it was more just a fear of actually opening up and being vulnerable. But Jesse said it was not just a fear of actually talking about the issue. It was actually admitting what the issue was. Like, I think sometimes guys, you know, we may sit there and we may put out like, hey, I'm struggling with something, and we're very vague about it. And people are very willing to help and reach out and support us. But that's not just the fear. It's also the fear of admitting that there is an issue with yourself, that there is something wrong. You're not perfect. You do need help. And the reaching out is not just it's not just a fear of appearing weak. It's you're admitting to yourself that there's something wrong. And I think we need to get to the point where we accept that that's okay. You're not perfect. You're not supposed to be perfect and have all your shit taken care of. Like, yes, that's what we want to strive to.
It's okay. It's okay to not be okay.
If you think
Jesse.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
Go on.
No, I was saying it's okay to not be okay sometimes. You know, I just wanted to. I agree with what you're saying. It's you know, I just hope that, you know, when I share my stories and Aid sharing his story and just coming out and talking about some of this stuff, that it can help somebody, you know, make them feel more comfortable coming out and being open and honest about their struggles. You know, because it's not easy to feel alone, and it's easier within a support system. You know what I mean? It's just, it makes a difference.
Do you know what? Support your fellow human beings.
Yes, sir.
Like, I think that, you know, it's evolution, isn't it? You know, we're learning now more. We know more technology wise, you know, brain wise, than we knew 10 years ago. So I think that, you know, we're in a time now where there's a transition going on within the world, and I think that, you know, it's let's move. We're trying to move forward as beings, as a you know, the human race. And I think it's important to, in order for progression to continue, we need to continue to identify and understand each other and not be stuck in the past.
100%.
And what was the title of this episode show?
Advocating yourself and others.
There you go.
All right. So
Take us home, Steve.
I'll do my closing remarks, and there's you and me, Nate, listening on this live feed. So I hope people listen to this after the fact and you guys share this. But, you know who doesn't matter, in my opinion, as much as in our minds, other people? It's ourselves. We're always struggling to make ourselves feel like we're doing the right thing. And it's unfortunately very rare, in my opinion, that it's for our sake. It's always for other people. Most of the time, it's always it's for other people. Advocating for yourself and other people, it's in that order. You really need to advocate for yourself. I am very, very strongly of the opinion that the way that you impact other people that you really, really hold true to you, that are the most important people, is that you start with your own base. And that's you. The things that we talked about in part 2 was about really the mental health side of it. Self-realization, and it is about you. You will never make other people happy unless you feel comfortable with yourself. There is a step there that no matter what you do, OCD wise, whatever level it is, but OCD wise, you take all the steps that make you happy, that make you feel comfortable. You have no control over what happens around you. I say for better or worse, most of the time it is for the worse in that situation. The second side of it is part 3. You dedicate yourself for other people. You take the wins. And translates to the part 2. You take the wins. Your actions will not affect everyone around you. You can't make everyone happy. And I firmly believe that, because I've been in this situation, not to your point, and I've really restrained myself from this. But all I know is that whatever you do, you're going to slip. You're going to make mistakes. If things keep going well, you skated by. And you need to learn from that. If you did everything you thought you did was right, you're still going to lose that battle at some point. You can't control the outside factors. All you can do is learn from what you did, what you're doing, and really build up your identity. Because when you do that, you'll have that success story that you didn't even know about. And then they come back to you and say, I really appreciate you doing what you did. I feel like if you build yourself up, you start that inner circle, it will branch out. And that support will come back inward towards you. And that's where you really succeed. And I appreciate you guys sharing what you shared tonight. I learned a lot from you guys.
Yeah.
Jesse, Adrian.
I appreciate that. Happy to share, guys. Yeah, most definitely.
Thanks, guys. This has been memorable.
Yeah, very much so.
Thank you.
Yeah, cheers, you. And I hope you guys keep sharing what you shared tonight. You're very important in my life now, to this community. Happy Whiskey Wednesday, guys.
Cheers.
Done, yeah?
Yeah, well, I gotta,
Thank you.
You can hug it out on camera.
Come on.
He's got to hit the buttons to make it.
I don't matter.
And freeze.
Freeze frame.
Nice one.
Hey!
Cheers, Steve. Thank you very much.
Honestly, an absolute fucking pleasure
Thank
to
you.
have come down
Where
here.
we going now, boys?
Seriously,
Home.
seriously.
Yes, I'm kidding.
Home and to bed.
I'm kidding. Yes, I agree. I'm gonna go watch the new Batman. It's on HBO Max.
Thank
now.
you.